What's up, Reef Builders? Salem Clemens here. Just a forewarning. This episode of Reef Therapy is probably not good for children. There's some cussing and lots of malarkey about, so just a heads up before you put this on in the living room or a car with your kids. Thanks. What's up, Reef Builders? Welcome back to another episode of the Reef Therapy Podcast. This is episode 132, brought to you by Cali Kid Corals, the ultimate coral experience. On this episode, I am joined by Stu Wobbe and Josh Groves, both cold water fanatics. I think we're going to start with your guys' history here. Why don't you tell everyone how long you've been in the industry, what you're all about, and what you're currently doing, and then we'll get right into it.
Yeah.
Right.
God, what we let's see. Well, me myself, I've been a marine biology dropout, and took enough courses in college to decide that it was too expensive for me to continue, and I got a job at a bank. But then I don't know. I've been into aquariums, God, since I was in middle school, like keeping all kinds of stuff for years. Got into high school doing fragging corals and stuff for my biology teacher. Then in college, I was working at a pet store, met Ken Wingirter when I was working there. We talked about cold water stuff as a pipe dream for eons. It was like, you name it. But everything was on the table at that point. We were doing everything. But yeah, I think shortly after that, I met Josh when I started doing my first home cold water tank and I refurbished it, sold it to a local fish store, left my info in the tank in case anybody bought the tank because I wanted and Josh ended up being the one who bought the tank and gave me a call. And that's when I met Josh and we started doing all the cold water.
Yeah, I started keeping tropical aquariums in the mid 90s after meeting a buddy of mine in Portland, Oregon that owned a reef store that's no longer now, but that's where I found the tank. And I grew up with my grandparents having a beach house on the Oregon coast right outside of Lincoln City in Newport, Oregon, and was fascinated with tide pools because it was just a hop, skip, and a jump down a road and down a cliffside, and there was tide pools everywhere. So I always wanted to keep them, but in the late 90s, early 2000s, it was way prior to anyone really, I guess, like mainstream keeping any kind of cold water, and there was a lot of misconceptions and a lot of bad information out there. So when I found that, I was dead set on doing it. And I think for me and Stu, the marine land lobster tank was kind of the all-in-one system for cold water. It incorporated everything at the time from biological to mechanical filtration with the chiller built in. It was made for abuse. So I found that, and I still remember when I got the card that had your number on it. I showed it to my ex-wife, and she's like, "You're not just going to go meet some random fish tank guy, are you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, we're going collecting." And we went collecting.
What are you talking
about? Yes. So this would have been probably 2008 or so, because it took us a couple of years. But I remember being out at the coast with him collecting, and I put together my first tank with him. And I remember one day we were sitting out at the coast collecting, and I was like, "You ever thought about doing this as a business and getting people hyped on this?" And he immediately told me, "No, you can't do it."
I think I said that's the stupidest thing you've ever said.
Stu is very cynical about things.
Yeah.
So I planted a seed in his brain, which is funny because you can do this a lot with Stu when it comes to technical things that he needs to find an answer for. He literally went through the ODFW, the Oregon Fish and Wildlife's bylaws online, like combed through it
line by line,
and combed through it, and also highlighted everything that pertained to us, and found out that we could do it. So when we went to do the permits and they said no, he said yes, and here's why. So we very soon after that were able to obtain collection permits, and that's when we started Cold Water Marine Aquatics, I think about 2010-ish.
Yeah.
And the rest is history from there. We started going bonkers. You know, we did the the forum. We put together the forum, the Cold Water Marine Owners Group on Facebook. We got our first article published, I believe, in the 2014 Cold Reefs edition. I think it was June 2014 in Coral Magazine for our business, written by Ken Wingirter, and they also published a few people that we had done their tanks for him. A good friend of ours in Seattle, Aaron, that actually works for Washington Fish and Wildlife.
Yeah.
And yeah, started importing, started exporting. I think we were selling animals to public aquariums all over. I think we did Dubai Aquarium and Zoo.
Yeah, that was the farthest. That was a crazy shipment. Like that's a lot to go to the desert.
We did some Malaysian aquariums. We did the Octopus for Tracy Morgan on the Tanked episode, which was a crazy situation considering they fried the first one.
They acclimate. They thought that they got it in transshipment, and they're like, oh, we need to float it and rebag it because it came in so cold. And I'm like, no. Please tell me you did not just float that in a tropical tank. They're like, yeah, we started. I'm like, dear God. So we replaced that one. God.
So it was a crazy time back then because I had Tracy Morgan's caretaker for his aquariums calling me. Then that turned into Tracy Morgan calling me and asking me questions, which were always the same. It was, hey Josh, I don't know if you know this is Tracy Morgan, and it's like, dude, like you're the only movie star that we're doing stuff for, so I know who you are.
Octopus for your home right now. We know exactly who you are. Yeah.
But yeah, that kind of led us into everything up until now. When like we were talking to you earlier, me and Stu relocated from Oregon. I was in Washington. Kind of put the business on hiatus. Moved out here. I'm in upstate. Stu's in New Hampshire. And we've just kind of been advocates for temperate water marine keeping, biotopes, still active in the hobby. We're both in our local fish groups. Stu's in the Granite State Club. I'm in the Upstate New York Club up here. We don't get out as much as we used to. I mean, when we were full-fledged doing the business with CMA, I mean, we were going to every trade show from MACNA to Experience Aquatics. I did Experience Octopus there and brought in 2 octopus over there. I mean, we were doing some serious traveling and a lot of talks. And yeah, I think we're kind of getting to a point now where we're looking at revisiting that and keeping it alive. Stu's been working with a guy in Oregon to kind of fill our shoes over there. We're thinking about getting more into importing and breeding, things specifically like Catalina gobies I'm interested in, some different sculpins like the fluffy sculpin that's native to Oregon, just interesting things.
So Stu, you got, marine biology dropout, bank guy, and then became like a wannabe lawyer at that point. So like when you first got CMA off the ground, finally got it past that legal barrier, I mean, where did the demand come from? I mean, it seems like you all were Steve Wiest, I know, had a cold water tank, and then you all were some of the first as well. Like
Stu could talk to you a little bit more about Steve Wiest. He was actually a good friend of ours.
It was crazy. Steve Wiest, when he did his cold water tank, was a 20-minute drive from me in Oregon. He lived on the opposite side of Portland from me. And I had just started picking up all these used lobster tanks. I bought one for myself. Then I bought some and refurbished them and flipped them and did all that. And I'm like, I'm going to set up a bigger tank and I'm going to get a hold of Steve and ask him about it. And I'm like, I did a much bigger tank. And it just so happened that at that time, Steve was kind of feeding me info, but he was also kind of tired of doing the cold water tank. And then shortly after that, broke it all down. So he sent all of his Australian box fish that he had, went to public aquariums, but he didn't have anybody local to get all of the. So we inherited like everything that he had, his grub sculpins, his all of the Coronactis, like pounds and pounds of like crazy anemones and stuff, like more than you could ever like. And prior to that, I had like a couple tide pool animals in my tank. And I'm like, whoa, all right, now I have this fully stocked cold water tank from Steve Wiest. So I'm like, and this was before I think we even started doing the business. This was just, we were hobbyists still. And we were still trying to figure out all of the lawyering portion of it and the aspect of getting permitted. So this was just like Christmas, like for a few weeks. Like he hooked me up, and I'm like, this is amazing. But from that point, yeah, it was like it kind of gave us that nudge of like, wow, there's a lot more than we're looking at. And then as I kept trying to find more resources to get cold water animals and kind of exhausted everything Steve said, right around that same time, Steve had been able to get things from the state of Washington legally. And they changed the way that they allow collection. It went from everything that was not categorized for thing, you could only take a minimum of. Like they basically let you take small amounts of things of uncategorized animals, or can't remember what term they used, but then they changed it to if it's not a categorized animal, you can't take any of it at all.
Bycatch, or it was some non-fishing game, like it wasn't like a usable item or something. I can't remember.
And so then that changed that whole, oh, well, you can go dive and do it there, gone. So then we really pushed on how we could become suppliers to everybody else with the stuff that we could get in Oregon. Because it was more of like the harder I looked for something, the more I came up with nothing, which meant that everybody else had zero resources. Like if you didn't live at the Oregon coast or knew somebody in California at that point that could collect and supply for you, you really had no avenue to get it. So it was almost like, and I remember Steve telling me that the reason the cold water aquarium hobby isn't big is because there's no suppliers, and there's no suppliers because there's no demand. Well, there's no demand because there's no suppliers, and there's no suppliers because there's no demand. And we're like, well, one of those has to break. So we just were like, well, fine, we're going to cut out all the middlemen. We're going to be direct from collection to consumer, no wholesalers, no nothing. This is what we're collecting, and this is for sale. The same way that like a lot of the collectors offered to public aquariums directly, but most of them had limitations of scientific collection permits. And we got licensed as just commercial fishermen harvesting basically what they deemed as bait at the time. And we were like, if we can sell it to the public, there we go. So
yeah, we kind of filled a niche for public aquariums at the time because there hasn't really predominantly been a lot of collectors on the West Coast.
Yeah.
And so we were filling shoes, and the public aquariums actually gave us a way to do the business, make money while we were growing the base around hobbyist level. Because like Stu was saying, and like Steve Weiss was telling us, there wasn't any way to get the animals, but there was also more to that. There was also breaking people into an industry that's been riddled with misconceptions and you know, like for the longest time, you're just like, it's too expensive and all these different things that don't make any sense because, you know, if you break down a reef system, you're utilizing things that are different but cost a lot. Like you still are buying your tank, you're still buying your lighting, you're still heating it, you're still filtering it. What's the difference between upping the glass size instead of getting a rimless tank from a manufacturer, a high-end manufacturer that most people do, whether it's a Red Sea tank or if it's what's it, ocean box tanks?
Yeah, water box, yeah.
Water box tanks, beautiful tanks. What's the difference between instead of spending, you know, $2,000 in a tank like that than getting a $2,000 1-inch thick acrylic tank? And your only other investment other than that is the chiller. Or what we did was we just went out and got marine land lobster tanks that are available because almost every, you know, store in Red Lobster at some point quit using them, and they're every time you get on Facebook Marketplace, no matter where you're at, there's one for sale.
That was just a very coincidental timing thing because it came out of, like we were talking about, it came out of the dip in the economy and no stores wanting to sell live seafood. So they offloaded them all. And then, which was great for us because we had like a dozen lobster tanks to run a cold water business out of. I'm like, so that happened.
Stu might as well have been the mob boss of fucking cold water tanks because he at one time I think he had 7 of them in his garage, and we literally, before we built a facility to house everything, we were doing it all out of marine lobster tanks, and he was picking them up for pennies on the dollar. Back then, you could pick up their flagship, like biggest size, like stainless steel trim, massive, huge 200-gallon tanks for $100 online. But she had to have 17 people to pick it up and load it up because they were literally 1,000 pounds.
Yeah, it was.
I think the time is right because now instead of 2008, we had Endless Shrimp Fest. All the red lobsters just went bankrupt. It's time to start up CMA again.
Well, now he's
right here. It's just happening.
Now Stu's in the heart of Lobster Town. He's right under Maine, so they're everywhere out here.
Well, and it's crazy too, because like you were talking about with the tank aspect of it, now it's gotten to the point of like, I mean, thick rimless acrylic tanks are by the dozen because people use them as frag tanks for shows. Like when you think about everybody who's looking at that, you're like, I would go through a show like that and go, that's a perfect cold water tank. Like immediately in my head, I'm like, it's 3/4 inch acrylic, it's low profile, it's got a center overflow, or it's an all-in-one system. I'm like, loop a chiller in it and you're cooking. Like you're good to go. That's a cold water system.
Yeah. Cold water is nice because there's a lot of things you cut out. It's kind of like everything somebody would want a reef tank to be because of the ambient temperature in your house and the thickness of the aquarium and the temperature of the water. You literally have almost zero evaporation, and there is some evaporation, but we're talking like what, maybe like a gallon a year. I mean, not even enough
really small, I think. Yeah, even with mine running totally open top, and let's see, and it has to do more with the room temperature and the humidity will fluctuate the amount of evaporation you're getting. But my system runs, no tops on it, and I probably put, I don't know, 16 ounces of water in it a week at most. Like it's just like 1 cup, and that's it.
So you're basically cutting out the use of an auto top off.
Yeah, I don't even use it.
ATOs aren't cheap. I mean, I run a Tunes on mine osmolator. It's a $200 top off. You're cutting that out, so that saves more money you can put towards a chiller or something that are deemed expensive.
Yeah.
The lighting is a lot more akin to a macroalgae tank. Or even if I use mainly freshwater light.
Yeah, like a freshwater planet tank is the route that because in my experience, the rate, like when I mimicked this system, I thought to myself, all these anemones occur in 3 feet of water, or some of them slightly deeper, but realistically, it's just daylight. And so I think they're like 7,000 Kelvin, 12-watt spotlights that are adjustable. So they can go from a spotlight to a flood and just allows me to put light where I want it easier. And it looks like natural daylight visually. So it gives me the exact color of when I see this anemone in the wild, sitting in a tide pool or off of a dock or whatever. I'm like, that's what it looks like in my tank. So it was a direct mimicry kind of thing.
Yeah,
in terms of the lighting, that's crazy. That's how.
And then also, like, just to finish it out, we're running, filter socks. We're doing protein skimmers, carbon if you're running a lot of anemones, just for normal shedding and spawning. Protein skimmer is always important in any kind of marine situation. Things die, things happen. You're going to need that nutrient export. Our problem is bacteria and the rate at which, everything is slow in cold water. So everything, metabolism rates are slower. Bacteria is really hard. In fact, one of the best products to come out
is a lot slower. Yeah.
One of the best products to come out for us is literally Polyp Labs. Their rocks that they came out with. What are they called?
The
Genesis blocks. Yeah,
Genesis blocks.
Cool.
That's like, and they're amazing. They're amazing in the I'd run them in my tropical tank as well. But in cold water, that's our biggest problem.
I run 12 of them on my cold water tank.
Yeah, I mean, he's got tons of them.
Making room for more.
They got this.
Yeah, but I mean,
you can do it modular.
Exactly.
Yeah, we both bought them from Etsy.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Etsy has turned into the go-to for reefers now. What is it? Printed Reefs?
Yeah, printed Reefs. Yeah.
Printed Reefs. Yeah, printed Reefs. They're the shit. They're awesome. I've got a few of their products. I think, aren't you using them for your MP holders on your tank?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That was a fun one too. I wanted more added flow on this one, so I got the. I ended up going with the Jabo DMP 40s when they came out. I ended up getting 2 of those, but it's 1 inch thick acrylic, so it had that drop off. So the 3D printed little cup holder things. Like you might be able to see one on here.
Oh,
Actually,
yeah.
go over here. Did one of these. Yeah, those little guys. Like problem solved. Easy enough.
Yeah, but the
Reef Builders has no official comment on the wave makers you're using.
Oh, well, you got to test them first.
We did that.
Yeah, well, you know,
Well,
I run AI, you know, stuff and everything, whatever works.
yeah,
But,
yep.
But yeah. So the tanks are, you know, like that was one of the problems we had, you know, when we got into this, when we were really trying to push it mainstream and really get it into people's hands, was working with companies, getting it out there. Brightwell Aquatics actually still carries a microbacter for cold water.
It's sitting on the tank over there, buddy. I used it to sample that nano tank.
Yeah, the pictures I believe came from us for the bottle too.
I think it's a rainbow scorpion fish, a California rainbow.
I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah, they make a water specific bacteria.
Yeah,
and we came up for it years ago.
Right there, temperate marine. It's probably backwards on the phone. But yeah, so we started working with people and trying to get it going, and I think it's really, you know, it's taken a long time. You know, we've been doing this for quite a while, and I think some of the people that first got into it were just looking to do something different. Things get stagnant, you know, whenever you're in a hobby. You know, I've been in a lot of different hobbies. I love the reptile community. I do dart frogs and other things like that, tropical reef community. But, you know, things get stagnant and you always want more. And I think for a lot of tropical keepers, even both of us, even though we were already from Oregon, surrounded by this stuff and always dreamed of keeping it, going to public aquariums and seeing it, it's just that next evolution in what everyone does. You know, you start off with freshwater usually, you dive into marine, and then what do you do after that? You know, like you get into biotopes.
Brackish water pipefish.
Yeah, you get into biotopes or
start keeping super weird stuff until one day you find some guy who left a business card in a lobster tank to do an even crazier fish tank.
But now we're able to get people to the point where they can keep them. We're able to, you know, break through a lot of the misconceptions. We're able to be, you know, give cold water a voice, temperate water marine keeping. Before there were people doing it, obviously Ken Wingirter was one of the first. He was actually selling to the public at one time.
Yeah, he did it. His old business, Mini Waters, I think it was. He talked to me about it all the time. I remember him. He's like, oh yeah, he was collecting all the cool stuff and figuring out how to sell it. And I'm like, dude, I actually called him, and I remember him. He was telling us the same sort of stuff when we started up with it. He's like, yeah, you can do it. Like you can get to it, but it's the same issue. It's like, who are you selling to? Like,
Which speaking of Ken too, just a shameless plug, but if you want to learn a lot more, he actually did a biology book that we actually were featured in.
Yeah.
If I can get it on there.
The Cold Water.
Yeah, it's literally like that's it.
And you can find that on his Hydrospace. It's Hydrospace? Is that his website? Yep. Hydrospace. You can find that on there and on Amazon. The Cold Water Marine Aquarium, Biology, Ecology, and Husbandry. And it's basically akin to the last publication we did with Coral Magazine, breaking down kind of everything, you know, that comes with setting up a tank. I mean, that's basically what he dives into a lot more in it. We kind of give the cold water for dummies approach, but advocate everything and kind of back things. I think Coral Magazine and even Reef Builders, you guys have done ads on us before in the past with different things. You know, you're trying to get the facts, and we were able to do that with you guys in the past. We were able to do that with Coral Magazine. We just did the Rockier Reefs January, February 2025 issue. And, you know, it's literature's out there now. And I think that was the problem before, is that in order to find information about cold water marine keeping was like pulling teeth. I mean, I know when Stu and me first got into this, there was just such little information available. And it basically was like, keep it in the public aquarium, don't try it, you'll never be able to do it, which is so far from the truth. I mean, we've been successful at everything we've done. In fact, I believe we've been more successful keeping temperate marine tanks than tropical tanks because they're so less likely for different things, again, because of the cold water You don't have the bacteria problems. You don't have the problems with feeding fish aren't picky. Everything just seems to thrive in colder temperatures. And maybe it's also because you're able to catch mistakes quicker. I feel like when I'm keeping, and maybe you've seen this too, Salem, when you're keeping tropical tanks, sometimes when problems happen, it's already too late, and you're just having to do massive changes in the water chemistry to catch back up. You know what I mean? It's like that.
Correct after the fact. It's a
right,
reactive thing instead of proactive.
It's kind of that theory that a lot of people I think are coming to now, that it's better just to do the weekly water change than to do the monthly water change, because when that month happens and you go to do the water change and your chemistry is whacked, now instead of doing a 10% water change, you're doing a 30% water change, and you're doing them 5 days in a row. You know, I think,
and then it's like
and we've gone, I mean, I don't want to say it like, you know, to advocate it, but I mean, we've gone 6-7 months without water changes with no change.
Yeah, like cold water tanks are weird in that regard, because it's really more like the way that you keep it, because there's really no photosynthetic corals that you're touching. There's calcium based corals, but they're not reef building corals. And you're never going to get the deep water stuff that is like protected anyways. And those aren't really reef building corals in that sense anyways. So it's your water chemistry from the trace elements and stuff isn't changing much. So really your water changes are just about waste removal. And if you can do that through other means, like heavy skimming, carbon, I mean, I run polypads, as much biological as I could cram in there, because it doesn't do as much of the heavy lifting as the mechanical filtration does anyways. Even just referenced by my most recent like I had been feeding my anemones heavily, giving them big pieces of shrimp. And when they expel any waste, there's a huge jump in ammonia. But I was seeing the nitrogen process wasn't happening fast enough with the bacteria that I had. So I was getting cloudy water from bacterial blooms. And I just hit it with a UV sterilizer recently, and it takes care of the issue. So it's like, it's clearing that up faster, but now I'm skimming a little bit heavier, and I've upped my rotation of carbon to be more like almost every week or two. And that seems to be taking care of it. And it's like, it's just that, how heavy do you want to feed? How fast can you remove the excess waste? Where's your breakdown level? So it's almost like keeping fish only with live rock, but not with live rock that's doing all your filtration in the same way. So
you're implementing UV.
Yeah.
You're not even seeing like a buildup of nitrate, because the nitrogen cycle does not occur fast enough. So you see an uptick in ammonia is what you're saying.
Yeah, most recently, like whenever I would feed, it would do that. So long term, you'll see some nitrate build up. But every time I've tested it, it's still been within like like the normal range of what you would expect to be in a tank. So that's the only thing that I've seen, is that jump in ammonia from direct excess food that's not being converted into nitrate, into nitrite, into nitrate. So it's like, I've just been combating the bloom of the bacteria that does come from with the ammonia by killing it as fast as possible with UV. And that was the cloudy water issue, which is weird. Like, I've never seen that happen in a tropical tank the way that it does in a cold water tank.
It's almost like a mini.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, it's almost like it's almost like every once in a while you're kicking into a mini cycle.
Yeah, it is. It's almost like you're restarting the cycle, because your bacterial load can't handle the amount of waste that is bolusing in the tank at that time. So then other forms of bacteria that are water soluble or like free floating are starting to bloom and just take off, because it's not normally inhabiting that zone. But
so I wonder if like carbon dosing would be like selective carbon sources, though. You'd have to like find the answer. That'd be whatever limiting thing. God, it was like at a raw. Sarah Stevens told me about it. There's some guy that's in the public aquarium trade, and they had like a beluga whale or like a dolphin system they were trying to cycle, and it was like 7 months, and they couldn't get over the nitrite cycle. So he figured out they needed phosphoric acid, and the most commercially like cheapest source of it was Coca-Cola. So they poured in liters of Coke.
Who was?
That was in tropical. They started doing that.
Yeah, there's a guy that's in our cold water. He keeps commercial eels, I think.
Yep.
American eels. And he told me that exact same thing. He's like,
they literally let it go.
Yeah.
They let it go. They let it go flat even.
Yeah.
They take they let the carbonation go out and then pour it in because it's a simple sugar.
You should try to dose Coke on your reef tanks, too.
I used to do vodka. I was playing around with vodka dosing in the cold water systems early on, but the problem with vodka, and I think they've I don't know if people are doing it as much with a lot of the products available online, but even back then, it was hard to find a lot of information. You know, like I've got a 20-gallon tank, I've got this many fish in it, how much should I be adding? I think there's charts and stuff that are pretty close now, but now with dosing pumps and stuff and different additives, you know, it's just, there's so many breakthroughs since the skilters and the billet skimmers and the under gravel filters that people were doing in the 90s. I mean, it's like autopilot now. It's very autopilot. I mean, just with a couple Amazon plugs, you can negate even buying a controller. You know, I mean, it's crazy where we've gotten, which is what Stu's doing.
Yeah, I put. It's like between the Sicky pump already set. Like I was telling you when I was messing with my chiller, the Sicky pump alerted me that I had a high temp, so it sent it right to my phone. I already knew it. I can monitor it there. Like between a couple smart plugs controlling the lighting, and then I have one that I put on my skimmer just so that I can kick the skimmer off and put it on a time delay whenever I do heavy feeding and like just stuff like that. Like, and those were like $12 on Amazon. I'm like, and they just Wi-Fi.
Stu's not as bougie as me. I like my Apexes and my controllers. I
drove across country to get this tank from Oregon and drive it back to New Hampshire.
I literally still have an old what was the old Digital Aquatics Reef Keeper on my that's what I use to run my freshwater brackish not brackish, but my blackwater biotope.
Oh my god! I think you're like, I've got a mind stream still. Like, what are the?
It would be much cooler to be running like a Hydros or an Apex on it, but right. I literally only run a heater and a light cycle.
Oh, so. Dude, you need to spend $700. What are you talking about?
I know. Well, maybe somebody wants to reach out to me and hook me up with some stuff, and I'll run it all day long, baby.
Gotta do it different.
Go freshwater market. I don't know.
Go big or go home.
Okay, so this really the talk about like the nitrifiers is really interesting to me. So I mean, do you even cycle the tanks? Like, how long does it take? I mean, there's no cold water nitrifiers in the market.
Yeah.
Like Microbacter 7's heterotrophic stuff. So like, how are you cycling these systems? How long does it take?
We got different ways.
Yeah, we've done it a couple of different. So back in the day when we had a full system going, it was like we literally like local people. I'm like, yeah, just come and get some stuff out of my tank. You can get some substrate, you can get some water, you can get that'll cycle it. People have done stuff straight from the ocean, which I mean, you're getting a good cross blend of what it is, but you're probably not getting everything that you need. So like in this tank, I started pretty bare minimum. Like it was sterile sand. The rock structure in there is actually a faux rock structure. It's it's one of the heavy plastic covers that you use to cover like meters in your yard from Home Depot that I cut to fit around the overflow and then let it grow in. But and I seeded it with like algae and different stuff to get everything going. And that took quite a while, honestly, to get the cycle going. I think I was not impatient at all. I was like, it's going to happen when it happens. And I watched it. And that was probably before it actually went over the full cycle to where I could detect nitrate. It was probably pushing 3 months. So, but it wasn't a heavy bio load and I wasn't trying to push the issue. Now, whereas the nano tank that was started fresh with dry sand. I did move rock from this system with algae into it. I moved some anemones and some shrimp, and I dosed it with that Brightwell Aquatics temperate bacteria. And I just followed I think I dosed it for
bioculture.
Yeah, exactly. And then I just did a cap a day for like a month, and it was good. So I was
And
trying.
we've played around with some other techniques that we have people that'll talk, because the other issue when you're trying to keep a biotope like we're keeping, and you try to use our native live rock, which if you're going for a West Coast biotope is usually comprised of basalt, which is like the most unporous rock.
Unporous, yeah.
It's just rock. It's not even live rock. It's just rock with a little bit of life on the surface.
Yeah. So there's
nothing in it.
If we were going to like tell somebody like the tried and true method for somebody that doesn't have access to everything, it would be adding food, doing some sort of a carbon dose to feed the little to no bacteria that you're adding to the tank. And we've had success with actually taking the temperature from a higher temperature and slowly dropping it down.
Yeah, cycling warm. Yeah,
because basically
bringing it back down.
Because basically the mindset was always this 8-month, like it seemed to be like, could be upwards of 8 months. And I think even doing that method can reduce it drastically by doing the same exact thing you would do in a tropical tank, using the same products that you could buy. So you're carbon dosing, you're adding bacteria, a cold water bacteria, which you can buy online, or, there's other things. And I'm kind of always hesitant on even the microbacters and stuff, because where they're getting their cultures from it would be like getting it in, on the bridge between California and Mexico. They're extremophiles. I don't know how many people have dove into this. I'm curious if you know, Salem, but I've always wondered, is the tropical bacteria not able to withstand lower temperatures? I mean, honestly, like they're an extremophile. They're found between subtropical to temperate to cold water. I would argue that when we've tried using the products, I didn't see any difference. I mean, I still was able to cycle my system with Microbacter 7 back in the day. And now we have Brightwells that has a product, and I believe there's some other ones you can get that are considered true temperate water.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think this is something.
I'd be skeptical of even that. I would be likely to say that temperate bottle is the exact same contents as microbacter.
That's what we thought when we
I wanted to do it from a sterile setup and just dose it. I have my tank, and I cycled that nano tank. It's about 12 gallons, and I cycled it at temperature with so it was from day one, it was at 57 degrees, and I did it with exactly the dosage that it recommends on the bottle. So dosed it for the volume of it, and then kept up with it for a month. And I just watched it, and it was like, I was giving it pieces of shrimp and feeding it and doing its thing. And I saw the slow peak, and then it dropped off, and I'm like, it's good. So unless I overload the bioactive that's in there, which has always been the issue, it's like, but you could probably, you could do that probably in any system realistically. Like if you had an established reef tank that has all the biological filtration, the breakdown of bacteria that you could think of, but you threw a seal in it, like the waste production and the bioload from that is going to overwhelm your bacteria in a heartbeat. The difference is on a cold water system, it takes so long to break down that if you ramp up your bioload so fast, which can be, that's where I'm unsure of, is how much of a bioload your biological can handle and how quickly. So it's always
feel like because the metabolism is slower. Obviously, even if you have 10 times the amount, they're going to eat it 10 times slower as an arbitrary number. Yeah. So I feel like the solution is what you guys are doing with like the Genesis blocks. You just increase the amount of bacteria in there as much as you can. Maybe something, because I was asking about the nitrogen cycle, because I was thinking about like a sulfur denitrator. But if you're not even getting the nitrates, then maybe like an aerobic type of bioreactor, like a trickle filter, would be.
Yeah, they've all. That's why the Marine Land used to like implement biowheels, a lot of old school technology, and there was a lot of Germans and different cold water keepers in New Zealand that were literally doing the zeolite and the different reactors. The problem that I think that they were having is they're not maintenance friendly. And they really, they just end up getting, they end up doing the opposite, it seems, in the long run in a cold water system. It seems like the best success we have is what I think people are doing now, even with the Genesis blocks, in what they recommend. Put one in an environment with little to no flow. Put one in heavy flow. So you increase anaerobic bacteria here, and you increase the production of a different bacteria here. And even with Kin's new products on the market, implementing sand-dwelling deep water bacterias that are going to, and this is something that even today when I talk to Kin, it's so over my head because I never realized
he's like smart on he's smart on the level that like I strive to be, and like he's a couple years older than me, and I swear to God, like every day that I worked with him, I was just like I would bounce stuff off of him like nonstop, like.
Well, and he's so reserved in like he's one of the reasons I like Ken so much is because you could know him for 10 years and have a conversation like the last one I had with him was this is unbeknown to me. I'm like, I want to breed Catalina gobies. Mm-hmm. And he's like, I already did it. I did it successfully. I can tell you how to do it. I'm like, I've known you for almost, now we're going on over, we're going into the second decade of knowing each other. You've never once just randomly told me you bred Catalina goats. So I'm like, or some of the articles, like we were doing the Coral magazine. And I think when we were doing an article for you guys, I think a long time ago, we were asked for pictures and Ken got wind of it because we always talk to him because he's an author. Hey, what do you think about this? Bounce ideas off. And he's like, oh, I've got all those pictures. I give them to you right now. You need a picture of that? I've already taken it, I took it when I was out on a fishing expedition on the ice pack out in, the middle of Antarctica, He's like, you got to be kidding me.
No, that's one of my, I think it was second or third time I had talked to Ken. And I was like, God, dude, I wish that some manufacturer would go out and just collect some substrate and actually grow some bacteria that's on the reef. And he's like, oh yeah, I've been doing that for a year. It's going to be a new product in about 6 months. Come over and do a video.
Yeah. Hey, is not the best fucking part about that the fact that it's called penis?
I never thought about that until now, and that's probably the funniest thing I've heard.
Isn't one of them called Yellow Snow or something?
Penis Yellow Snow. Oh my God.
Yep. No, it's awesome. He's like the Rain Man of the hobby. Yeah, it's crazy.
I don't think I've ever hit Ken with something that he didn't have relation to in some aspect, even if he wasn't the expert in. The dude knows. He just knows stuff. I love it. And I'm sure probably I have weird insights on cold water stuff, but that's just from my own dealings with it. And probably I've had those same conversations with other people, but God, I love it. I hit something up with Ken about when I was researching, trying to figure out what bacteria to use for this. And I can't even remember the conversation, but we ended up talking about there's, wish I could remember the specific name, but there's a bacteria that is a single bacteria that does the entire nitrogen cycle. So that'll convert ammonia into nitrite and into nitrate. And it occurs in swampy estuary areas all along the East Coast. And I'm like, why am I not using this? And he's like, I don't know. It's kind of hard to do. You should look into it. And I'm like, we detoured so much in that conversation, but that's the kind of stuff I love when I talk to him about it.
So okay. I think what's lacking is there is not a true marine cold water nitrifier in a bottle. Almost every manufacturer I know, besides Ken, just orders their bacteria from a biotech company. They grow the bacillus strains. Bacillus, all those strains that are in those bottles are highly adaptable. Yeah. So, if there's not a difference in price, it doesn't matter what bottle you use probably. Yeah. But what I'm interested in, since I also am going to get a cold water tank here, and Ken is 20 miles north of me now.
Yeah.
I think
that's a good ally to have because we've gained a lot of information from him. So
I'm not interested in growing bacteria in my basement like Ken, right? But what I will have,
nobody's that dedicated.
What I will have, you can see it right there. There's my autoclave. This whole space is going to be an actual lab. I've got my incubator and everything. If we go on a collection trip where I've got the cold water tank here, I can easily isolate whatever nitrifier ends up growing in there, and then we'll just give it to Ken. And
do you have a centrifuge there as well?
Yeah, I'll have a little. It's just a little tabletop one.
Okay.
But I've got everything for microbiology.
So that means we can also do some cold water algae as well then.
Oh yeah, we could do
Yeah.
micro like Fido and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've
You know
got,
what's funny is Reef Nutrition. I believe that their algae and we know that the Tigropagus californica, we used to collect it off of the splash pools
from the
on the
parking
tops
lot.
of rocks that literally it's funny because we never knew what they were living off of other than maybe just detritus and things that build up in these pools, but what they literally were thriving on was seagull shit.
Really?
Yeah. It was,
Yep.
We would go to the tops of these rocks that are in the upper splash pool. Like you go and see this beautiful beach, you go see the tide pools all below, the rock things that Instagram influencers would climb up on top of and stand there and get a picture of, just tiger pods growing in splash pools right at their feet. And it's just got a little bit of algae in there that's fed by all the waste of the birds that sit up there and defecate into it.
Dude,
and I'm like,
we need
I'm up there with the turkey baster trying to get them out of these little
People
pots.
must have thought we were crazy. It was bad enough that the places we would dive, because diving the Oregon coast, I believe last time I looked, was like something like in the top 10 most deadliest places to die. It's a very turbulent place. And we would be out there when we were in our height. This is the reason we actually stopped the company, because Stu has 3 kids. They were getting older, need to spend more time with them. We were spending sometimes 4 days a week at the coast diving. We would go out in 60-mile-an-hour wind, putting our dive gear on.
We had an order for a public aquarium that needed starfish.
Yeah,
so.
like literally 20 feet down in a ravine, having to hold on with one hand to not get blown away off the rocks just to get 25 plumas anemones for a public aquarium.
I just imagine you guys out there, like the boat's almost capsizing, like white caps. It's like a typhoon.
It's worse. No, this is even worse. It's too rocky to take a boat out. So we're literally on the rocks that they, like jetty style rocks they've put against the road. One of us is in the dive gear, the other one's topside with the hookah system, trying to put an umbrella or a tarp or some shit over it so it doesn't take on water, while the waves are coming in and splashing and the other person's diving. And here's the thing about Oregon and a lot of cold water diving until you get up into Alaska. The algae in the water is so prevalent, and we have these waves of it. So in the summertime, the water's pea soup green, and you can only see maybe less than 24 inches in front of your face. Then in the wintertime, when the storms come in, it's poop brown, and you can't see anything. So I would say 85% of our diving was basically by braille. You put on the highest power LED lights, which sometimes screw you because they're so bright it just reflects the dirt and the silt in the water. And then you're literally crawling on your hands and knees. No need for fins. No need for fins.
And you just back yourself down the jetty, and then you just look around for things on the jetty, and then you crawl your way back up the jetty. Yeah.
And then the best is the first time we encountered big animals underwater is the best, because I remember the first time Stu was underwater and he came up and he's like, dude, I'm done for the day. I'm like, well, what happened? And I'm pretty sure it was probably a juvenile 6-gill or something, because he said, I believe you said that you felt it move past you, you looked back, knew it was a shark, and by the time it was going past you, the tail hadn't gone past you all the way.
It was long enough to where it hadn't passed me fully, and I was like, nah, we're done. And
now 6 gills are not man-eaters, but anything that big, like the first time we ever, even when we weren't diving and we were just snorkeling, we did a lot of it was still rocky outcroppings on the open ocean, so very turbulent. But some of the areas like Seal Rock in Newport has got a rock structure that kind of protects it from the waves. Now it's called Seal Rock for a reason. When we started diving it, we're diving with the seals, and you've seen all the videos down in California and different places. They're very interesting to dive with. I mean, I've never done it out of my way. Neither one of us have been like, oh, we want to go diving with the seals. There's a difference between having crystal clear water in California than not being able to see the seal until it's right 10 inches in front of your face, because they are not scared. They're not scared of you because nobody else is diving there ever.
Yeah, and the scary thing in my mind is, like, whenever we did it, we were using either a hookah system or we were snorkeling or free diving most of the time. And you're just a big dark blob in the water blowing bubbles, and they think you're a big dark blob blowing bubbles, and they're like, that's how sea lions are aggressive towards each other, with the air blow. And I'm like, I'm not about to get in a fight with a sea lion. I don't want to be mistaken for a sea lion by something else. I'm like, I think I'm just going to tide pool for a while. Like, we only did that for a few years. Like, I like put my feet on the ground. I'm like, I don't want to get washed into the jetty anymore. I don't like being sucked into sea caves. I'm like, I'm done with this for a bit. Like,
not to mention, you usually have a clamshell bag full of crabs or something that they want to eat. So you're like ringing the dinner bell. You know,
like really pissed off at the same time.
I mean, I wish you find a Dungeness, you're like, that's dinner. You're like, I'll take that. Like,
I wish the YouTube thing would have been taking off earlier on, because early on in our business, we were actually hit up to do a a live TV show for where they follow your business around, like a.
Well, we did a couple of them. We did it with what was his name? From Blue Zoo TV.
Yeah, we did Blue Zoo TV, but I'm talking about when they were trying to they did a pilot.
With Boyd. Then he did a lot of stuff for National Geographic, and
he did. They ended NPR, up. But they ended up doing a running Junkyard Wars or something instead. Something else. TV reality is what I was going to say, but I wish we would have had more footage, because there was a couple places that we used to collect. Giant Pacific octopus were very big for public aquariums. And we would what we would do is we had a rule, because large octopus, first off, don't ship well, and they also have short lifespans. So we were anything a pound and under, or even smaller. Usually we try to get in the size of a bottle cap, because what it does, we could send the public aquarium a larger specimen, let's say a grapefruit size. It still has probably 2 years left of lifespan if given the right environment, and then we give them a backup octopus, because it's a big draw for the aquariums, and it really is it's one of those, what do you call it, like an advocate species or something, like it draws people in, and that's kind of where public aquariums fit the hobby so well, because without people being able to see these animals, they don't want to protect the animals. Right. That's why I think the hobby still has a lot of ties with that, because the hobbyists don't want to see the animals go away anymore either. That's why they're advocating for biotope group and ORA and everyone to captive breed. So with octopus, especially the giant Pacific Coast octopus, Octopus rubescent, the Pacific reds, they have so many babies because there's so little that make it to adulthood. So our theory and way of thinking, trying to come from more of a sustainable collector, because we only collected off of man-made structures. There was certain caveats to our permits, and also trying to captive breed anything we can or propagate. But when we would do octopus, we would only take them at a very juvenile size, which meant that their survivability in the wild was nearly zero.
Yeah. Well, and the adaptability to them from juveniles into captivity, it was so much better. We did the one large octopus that did not like being kept in captivity, and that was the last one we ever did.
Oh, you used to spit in Stu's face. It was great.
It was, I don't know. I mean, it seems like it could be like a joke, but literally this octopus hated me. Like
it was a stream of water, and it ended up going to the aquarium in Florida. We sent it to them.
Well, and it was a rescue. It was essentially like we were in contact with commercial fishermen who normally, when an octopus comes up in their crab pot, they chop it into pieces and use it for halibut bait. So we're like, I gave them our info. I'm like, hey, if you get an octopus, let us know. We were wholesale fish dealers. We'll buy it off of you. Like, so they would do that. We got a call, but it was like a 30-pound octopus. And I'm like, holy, like, what are we supposed to do with this? So we set up like, what was it, like a 400-gallon? It was one of those big commercial crab totes that are insulated, and set it up for that and held it for this public aquarium while they were getting their exhibit ready. And during that time, I'm feeding it like a Dungeness crab a day to keep it alive. And this thing was, it like people have those octopus experiences where they suction cup on you. This thing was viciously wanting to grab me, pull me in, spray water.
It might have loved you.
Dude, I was like, I'm never doing this again. We're never doing a large octopus.
It wouldn't do it to me. It wouldn't do it to me, but Stu could come down the stairs into his garage, and where we were holding at the time before we had our facility. And that thing was so accurate with its shot. And it wasn't like these Richard Ross little reef octopus.
Yeah.
Straight, these little poofs of water. It was a solid stream of water that would soak you. Like your whole entire face and shirt is drenched.
Yeah.
And it was mean. And that was one of the.
But on the flip side of that, when we started doing the juvenile octopus, we'd find some that were, essentially hatched out and small enough to be seen still. And we started with one that was itty bitty and grew that out, feeding it tiny shrimp and crabs. And I kept it in captivity for probably 8 or 9 months, from the size of like bottle cap size. I think that one was, to the size of probably like a tennis ball plus tentacles. And that thing was fully responsive. It would duck in and out of shell. Like it responded to you with no hatred. It recognized you as a positive reinforcement. We did all of the things that people talk about with octopus, put the food in the jar. We did all the things. And that kind of clicked of, well, this animal's never had full experience of living out in the wild. It doesn't feel like it's been captive, taken from the wild. Like it's grown up, it spent more life in captivity around being fed by a source, being fed with people, interacting with people. It makes sense, versus a large adult octopus who I don't know, felt like we had taken it.
Yeah, they got abducted by aliens.
It was a weird thing to realize, and that was one of those things I was like, we're never again. This was the last adult octopus. Never again. Only juveniles.
I mean that
they're
their intelligence. That's literally childhood behavioral development of an.
I think they found that they're got the intelligence of they can problem solve up to a 3 or 4 year old level or something. And there was a guy, I was up in I lived in Bellingham for a while, and I was working with the Bellingham Aquarium up there. And there's a guy that came up with a documentary that I believe he was in Alaska, and he was keeping the one in his living room, and he does a whole entire thing on behavioral with octopus. He came down and filmed the octopus they had there that we had collected for him. And that octopus at the time was taken at a much larger age, but I think with the amount of people being around it 24/7, they just kind of change the way that they're so interested in what's going on outside of their tank. It's almost like if they would have been able to develop to a stage where they could crawl out of water, or if the senescence that they go through, where they basically have they almost have a remote in their body that just puts them into a stage of when people get older and they get dementia, because they basically something snaps and they just instantly start chewing their arms off, go into a corner, quit eating. If somebody could change that, and I believe I read somewhere somebody had written in a book about them, a biologist, that said if they didn't have that thing inside of them, that I'm sure there's something I'm missing, a word for it, that makes that happen, that they would already have civilizations underwater. Because they're alien to the ocean.
We're talking about it. We got to get down.
Yeah. I mean, this is a Richard Ross conversation.
Oh, yeah. Richard, though, yeah.
Wow.
He'd already have one on his head right now if we were talking about it.
Oh, yeah. He's like, oh, I've got one over here.
Yeah, right.
So,
okay, Yeah, what else cold water did you have to collect? Like, well, I mean, that sounds pretty wild. The
It's
Pacific
what we didn't collect. I think at one point Stu and I had collaborated and came up with a hit list of things native and outside. And I think at the end of Cold Water Marine Aquatics, or just the hiatus, because there's some stuff brewing right now. But I think that we had almost everything checked off the list. I don't think there was I mean, at one time we had weedy sea dragons, we had every boxfish known to man. Stu had a California moray and a wolf eel in his tank at the same time. I mean, we had the everyone's favorite fish, every lump sucker known to man. We brought in the Japanese awais. We brought in Microtrumus.
3 different species of lump suckers.
Yeah, 3 different species of lump suckers. I don't think there was a few
sculpins, sarcastic fringe heads. We did leopard sharks at one point, Catalina gobies,
Japanese leopards, Japanese leopard sharks. I mean, there's so many things. It's one thing that's actually really unique about what I love about the story of the two of us meeting is that we did something that I don't see very often. I see it in a lot of Florida diver and collectors because they seem to be. There's a few of them that do the whole gamut, but I've never, in my time, met a collector, a wholesaler, a public to retail, the person do sales, and an importer and exporter. Like we took on every shoe, or we filled every shoe I can think of that you could in the hobby besides coming up with our own product line, pulling a J-Sprung.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. There's
shout out Julian Sprung.
God, I wish I had the shirt on. We got the shirt, this bullet.
Oh my God.
I love the shirt.
That is amazing shirt.
You put the biggest smile I've seen on him in a long time.
He was very happy.
You got him in the mullet wig. I was like, you got to be shitting me. That's the best fucking thing I've seen. I've seen a
stock just stopped and just.
yeah. People having them sign their shirts and stuff.
Yeah.
Dude, we only made 5 of them. We only had it because it was such late notice. We finally got the design figured out, and we only made the ones with the Reef Builders crew. And everyone went and got their shirt signed. And this was I had already gone to the bar. It was game over. It was Sunday night. So I went and I changed my shirt, and I had my Julian, the mullet sprung shirt. And I was like, I'm going to get him to sign it. And then I left it at the bar. I was the only one that did the signature.
Did you ever see the one? You might not have been around in the hobby at the time when we did Macna one year, and Stu came up with this idea. We've gone back and forth with Kevin Erickson for years. I've been sitting in a Mexican bar while he's drinking Colt 45 beers with me and stuff. But he came up. So Kevin Erickson was always a party. And, I mean, I don't know. I think Kevin Erickson, I'm hoping he's still the party. He used to be the party.
Dude, we all use the party. Nobody parties.
But Stu came up with this poster of me on the poster. I can't remember. You'd have to send it to him. It said we came to party with Kevin Erickson.
Yeah, it was from Denver when he showed up because you had shown up with some shirt. I can't remember. It was one of our Cold Water Marine Aquatics shirts that we made to go to Denver. And I'm like, we only made these to party with Kevin Erickson. And he joked, he's like, you should make that into a poster. So I made him a poster and shipped it to him to Macna so that he could hang it up in his hotel room. And he still
has it in Australia now. I think last time I talked to him, he was in his office, and it's still hanging up. It's just a picture of me, fat as a house back then, ready to party with Kevin Erickson.
Oh man,
that was back in his little hat days.
Oh yeah, when he won the sombrero to all the events.
He had a sombrero at Reef stock. Oh wait, no, that wasn't
great. That's awesome.
It was Jim Welch had a sombrero. That's who had it.
Oh okay.
Guy who made the trident for Neptune. He showed up with a sombrero. I was like, what? Yeah, it was crazy this year. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, we've got another Reef stock coming up, and we'll have to have you guys out there to speak on cold water stuff. We had
let's do it.
I wanted a cold water topic, and I had used all of the or like whatever the team, like Rob had been like, all right, we're out of travel budget. I'm like, well, we can get Ken to talk about it, and Ken's like, let's have Josh and Stu come up. Like, yeah.
I know.
That's
I got the phone call, and he was like, "Hey, would you mind coming out and talking?" And I'm like, "Yeah, me and Stu can come." He's like, "No, it's probably gonna only be one of you." And I'm like, "Stu, we could buy a freaking plane. We work."
Well, the problem
buy a goddamn plane.
We will have the budget. It'll be fine.
This was.
like,
I was gonna say this was the start of the Reef Builders fiasco. So I think I was trying to contact you. You were trying to contact me. We were doing this circle, and then finally a few people intervened and were like, "Yeah, he's not contacting anyone." I think you didn't even probably at the time have time for your girlfriend because you were
well,
like,
and on top of that was the weekend that I had already scheduled that I was going to go collect the beadlet anemones in New Jersey.
we went and collected beadlet anemones in New Jersey instead.
But honestly, what would be rad is if we could time it up to where you prep your cold water tank, you talk with Ken about bacteria, we roll through for reef stock, and then we bounce out and go get livestock for your tank on the way back.
Honestly, like,
it's very doable.
Like Denver reef stock like next year, that would be a great time frame because I'm
Right?
so swamped this year. Like about every month I have
totally.
to travel. But then that would give me time. The studio will be good. I could plan it in advance. I can have the cold water tank cycled. I can get it set up the end of this year, and then we go collect. That'd be good.
Hey, you know what's good about that is I'm starting mine too. So by the time we'll be collecting both. I'm just not going to let you fuck it up. So shallow tide pool tank in the Reef Builder studio with the rocks protruding out. So it looks like a low tide event.
Okay, then I need to collect
and because I'm gonna let you know some other information because we both saw the surge from what's her faces over in Europe at the same time. I've got one on hold that I'll let you take if I don't take it right now. The what's his face that does all their sales here. I hit up and
Joe Cap.
Yeah, Joe Cap. How do you say his last name? Caparotto. So I talked with him
2 weeks ago. I've got one I can get.
Okay, so that's probably the one I was telling him to hold for me. It doesn't fit my tank.
Oh.
Because if you could do a 18-inch, if you could do an 18-inch rectangle tank with 9 to 10 inches of water, so it can flood in from the back. And you can mimic the tidal influx and just hear me out. Okay. So the way the tides work most of the time on the West Coast is you've got incoming tide, high slack, outgoing tide, low slack. If you could come up with using the tide tables and sync your surge with that, so it only comes on at those times in the day. So you've got your high tide and your slack tide. I think that the biotope you could create would not only be something visually appealing, but it would also be very healthy for the animals because the tidal anemones almost have to have that separation between getting thrashed and being calm because they get thrashed, then it calms out at high slack. And at low slack, it pulls in all the food and stuff gets past them, and that's when they catch everything. If you could mimic that, I think you could have anemones that in our environment, when you put them in a cube tank, unless you're feeding, a lot of them are closed up. And I think you could just have these absolute, like I did with my system, because I had a surge, but I wasn't able to do it with an actual surge box or like the what's his face, the original surge was done. With a surge bucket, which we looked into. I mean, we made them out of 5-gallon buckets with plastic toilet bowl parts.
Yeah.
But now they came full circle. You've got Pantheon making that. You've got Pantheon doing that, and the great thing about their product is it brings the bubbles and everything, and that's what reefers have never liked. They don't want the surge to create the bubbles, but if you go to the public aquariums where they do the massive dumps, or even Joeyola at the at the aquarium in Long Island. I mean, it's the best looking visual that you could ever see. And if you could recreate that with the rocks purged out so that at high slack, they're actually getting covered or almost covered, and you're able to mimic that. And then we go with the flagship fish that are found there, which are beautiful. They actually mimic the macroalgae. So some of the sculpids can change color from mottled sponge to bright red, bright green. And if you did something like fluffy sculpins and some of the smaller sand dab flatfish that only get like 4 to 5 inches full grown, and you let the macroalgae grow, so you have that with swaying with the tidal influxes, and you were able to bring that into more of a hobbyist level, it's what we've all lacked, because it's going with biotopes, again, not just the importance on the impact on the animals, mixing things that don't occur together, also mimicking the environment. You get to see something that you just can't see without replicating it to the fullest. They just won't show their true colors, the way that they react in the wild. Like me and Stu, just for instance, not to blab on forever about it, but we were on a dive one time specifically looking for the sand dollars that occur when you go into open ocean with no rocks, just sand, and you hit the bar. They're like on the edge of the bar. So sand, the way it works is where the waves are breaking. If you're ever a surfer or you're out there, there's a spot where the sand dips down, like almost into a ravine. And that seems to be where they like to be, because that's where the detritus and all the garbage that they eat kind of culminates there. It gets churned up. Well, when we were out there heading out that way, and we're talking in less than 10 feet of water, we're talking probably like under 5, we're seeing these snails. They're called olive snails, and they occur in tropical too. And they literally will flatten they'll flatten themselves out at the base, and they will ride in the waves, and they glide across the sand, but they actually almost swim in the water. And you'd never see that in a tank. When we would,
they flip their foot into the current and they catch it like a parasail and they disappear.
Yeah.
Like, you mess with them, it's ridiculous. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. They're so cool to see.
Like a column tank. It's kind of like a deep sand bed.
There's
crazy flow.
There's a tank at the Oregon Coast Aquarium that I've always been in love with. It's one of their newer systems, and what it is it's about a waist-high tank that's a giant long rectangle. It's longer than it is width-wise. It's probably about, I'd say, 5 feet across by probably 30 feet long. And they've got the wave action on a regulated, what do you want to call it, that actually, a valve. So the valve opens up and it lets in, I don't even know, I couldn't even speculate. It's got to be over 100 gallons at a time, and it comes in and just washes the tank out. And then it settles out. It goes from high to low back into tide pools, and it just mimics perfectly. And if you could take that, scale it down, we're able to control the bubbles like the Pantheon does, where it doesn't spray out. It allows the bubbles to come up over the honeycomb shape, come into the tank, but you're not getting that spray. You know what I mean? Like,
I was thinking about this. I was going to say it, but that's even better. Okay, so I think instead of a shallow tank, I think it's a rectangular tank, but it's tall. You know, the water.
I meant shallow water. It's got to be taller.
Right,
I didn't mean. Yeah.
So have the two Panterais, but I think also Panterai has something called the hydro tube, and it's like super efficient for closed loops. So I'm thinking have a closed loop to a reservoir, and you could have it act as like a solenoid, basically. Or you could have I have a commercial solenoid at JCat. It's like an inch solenoid. So I could hook that puppy up, finally use it, have it plumb to the closed loop, and then bring in the extra water. And then
flooding,
and then flood it in plus the two wave boxes, or attach one of the wave box like honeycombs to the outlet. So then it would basically have that same effect.
Raise and lower the height of it using the solenoid, and then get the surge from the boxes already.
It'd be a closed loop with a Y solenoid from like basically like an ATO reservoir. You'd have to have a way for it, and then you turn off the pump, have it drain back in, shut it off at the perfect water level.
Right. The important part would be to have the wave action, retain the water height to mimic the high tide, then allow the water to completely flush out to low tide. Repeat process. And this only happens, and this only happens,
overflow drain to do it.
and this only happens twice a day. But what this allows you to see, another great thing that I was trying to actually recreate in that tank that was featured in the Coral magazine, that shallow reef tank, is that I wanted to create a place for the animals that thermoregulate to get out of the water. So I wanted to implement shore crabs
and the snails,
to be able to come out of the water, do their thing, eat their algae at the rim of the rocks, and mess around, and the snails to come out, like the different we have like nyrite snails and different snail species that do the same thing. They regulate their temperature. You'll see them at the most extreme tides. There's certain anemone species that are at the breaking point. We have moonglow anemones that are literally where the sand's almost dry. So they're only able to come out at high tide. So you don't even see them at low tide unless they just happen to get into a pool of water where they can still stay open. So there's a lot of things that happen on these coastal areas that are so turbulent because we don't have on the Oregon, Washington, and even California an actual reef anymore, or there isn't one at all. So there's nothing to keep these waves from coming in. So the coral reef acts as a barrier for things like soft corals and all these intertidal animals.
Yeah, all the tropical areas. We used to have kelp forests and stuff, but that's not.
They like heavy flow, but the flow, the comparison between, let's say, Fiji in the intertidal zone is going to be 100% different than going to the Oregon coast. You're going to see the most turbulent, I mean, almost to the point where when the water comes in, you don't want to be anywhere near the rocks because if you get sucked out, you're never coming back. And this is why it was so dangerous for us, even when we were collecting intertidally, just in bibs, just in our neoprene
that's why
bibs.
We switched to collecting in wetsuits so that in case we did get flooded wearing waves, it didn't matter. So at least that way, when you're collecting the wetsuits, even if we're just doing shore stuff, you can still swim across whatever in 50-degree water and not worry about it.
That's what I don't think people understand when you're out there collecting all day, whether you're diving or you're doing intertidal collections. The water we're dealing with is 55 degrees. We'd be out there in January when the water's warmer than the actual outside.
When the water was warmer than the air temp, but the water was still in the 40s. Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah, so I mean, you're out there. You got to be protected. You got to wear gloves at all times because if you're out collecting for 4 hours with no gloves, you're gonna get frostbite.
Yeah.
You know, and you're gonna have issues. And that's another thing. We were never able to run. We were never able to run dry suits because dry suit is something that somebody more from like a photographer standpoint would wear. If I were working on the rocks, these rocks are covered in barnacles most of the time. All it would take is one
mussels.
All it would take is one tear on my suit. And this is also stuff you never hear about from collectors, which I was always interested in other collectors and how they do things. And it was one thing that we heard from Joe and Nino out at Flying Sharks that do all the massive collecting for the European countries. They're wearing neoprene because you wear a dry suit and it rips underwater and you're 25 to 60 feet under and you take on a gallon of water, you're talking about having to go through your like nobody wants to have to surface after being under for 20 minutes and do a rest stop at a certain time frame to stop to acclimate and to decompress before they go up when they've got 5 gallons of 56-degree water inside their suit and they're taking on, and you're sitting there holding the rip. So we ran 7 mil suits the whole time we were collecting, and it saved our ass because we were going through a suit Stu must have gone through at least 3 suits and every other year. He blew it. His whole entire ass was blown out in his wetsuit from sitting on barnacles.
You gotta sit down once you find a good spot to collect anemones. You find a nice little tide pool. You pop your feet in there. You sit down on the mussels. Then you start to collect your anemones out of the tide pool. I mean, it's a lot better than when you get to a certain age. You can't be bending over into tide pools all the time. You take the advantage and you make yourself a nice little comfy spot at the expense of your neoprene.
I think as the media, I'm definitely going to misframe this and take the soundbite. Stu's ass was blown out, and just have that be the advertisement.
I think he still has the suit somewhere in his garage. I should take a picture and send it to you. It's a butt slap at this point. It looks like those old school logging pajamas that have the two buttons that flip. So yeah. He's got some good ones of me too. I remember one time we were down collecting, and I was just in shorts in the summertime, and I had bent over to grab something, and straight down the whole back it had blown out, and I didn't know it. And he had actually taken a picture of me, and I mean everything was hanging.
Oh yeah.
And he tried.
Well, that was about a big public beach too. Like I was dying laughing. Like Jesus, that was insane.
Yeah, so I'm thinking more about this tide raising, lowering, like mimicking the tides, and I think that would also it would also fix a lot of the nutrient problems, because look, that's gonna be a turf scrubber. That's a wet dry filter.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're gonna get nitrification, denitrification, both right there. Like that's.
So you're gonna allow me to fly out and live vicariously through you while you dump all the money into this for me, because I have no room. I have no room for one anymore. So I need to be involved in making my dream come true through you.
Look, if I want to do it, I want to do it in a cool, novel way. And having panterized stuff is cool, and I can get a Tico chiller now because they're in the U.S. and I can.
Hey, there's nothing like having like $25,000 worth of their stuff gear on your tank. I mean, that's worth it.
I mean,
that is.
I would definitely not say no if somebody's like, hey, do you want to do this? I'm like, yeah.
Do you remember early on there was a show that we did in California? What was that show that we did down there, and we had the baby giant Pacific Ghost? Yeah, we were at no, the other one. It was it was the other one that Micro Reefs was down there.
Oh yeah.
I can't remember. Wasn't it aquatic? I can't remember. I don't think it's around anymore. I don't think it's around anymore. But anyways, it was the first time I saw those guys, and they had a setup with one of their pumps, and it was pushing like a ball or some weight up this tube. And I mean, it looked like it was going to shoot it out the top, and the pump was like, I don't think it was much bigger than like a softball.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe how much flow. And then they have the same pump, and I believe it's one of the newer generations that I think isn't Joey Olish have one on his tank, a big giant one, like a massive, huge one.
Yeah, I don't know
if it's them or not, but they had a biz. That might have been it too, but they. Yeah, but they had the small one. This was Panerai. They had the small one, and then they had one that was like 25 times bigger. And I was looking at them like, what in the hell are you putting that in? What is this for? This is obviously public aquarium, yeah. But they're showing it off at a hobbyist level show, and I'm like, what are you just trying to? You're just enticing people. Somebody's going to see that. Somebody's going to see that in Florida, kind of like a Jay Sprung kind of situation with his outdoor pond. Somebody's going to have a pool that they're going to convert into a giant tank. And I think there's an influencer on right now that just did one.
But
it's all fake coral. But if he had one of those in there, can you imagine how crazy he could get? He could probably surf in there on that.
Imagine
he could have
all cold corals, then you're surfing.
Just a ton of like a school of convict tangs with like you're in Hawaii and the flow's coming in and they're riding the waves, like just a ton of them, like a
single camera like split below to show the fish and above to show you surfing.
Exactly. Yeah, with the tube going.
We need a place to surf in the Reef Builder studio. I need to put an in-ground pool in the middle of the floor. It's that's the concept vision now.
Yeah.
No, but you need a lot. You need a lot of things. You need a completely dedicated acro tank. I mean, you got to have the Australian biotope tank.
I'm doing that again. I'm gonna do.
Salem, you got to have. Caribbean. You got to Caribbean. That's what I'm doing now. That's my biotope now, which is going to be amazing because you'll probably have more space than I do, and I can't wait to see the rock flower anemones start spawning out, because it'll be the first time in the tropical hobby other than bipedal laceration that I've had an actual cast spawning an enemy be able to settle out, which is pretty amazing.
Yeah,
I've never seen that, because there's a lot of temperate water anemones like the Anthopleura zamogrammica, the giant green surf anemone that cast spawns, but I don't know if anyone's been able to recreate that. And if they did, it was in a public aquarium with so many of them that they would never know.
yeah.
You know, but seeing something like a rock flower anemone, I mean, having something like recreating a reef, you know, like a really shallow reef with some of the giant Ritterai magnifica anemones,
Cool.
and like Joey Ola had them split in his tank. I mean, literally on the glass in the front. I didn't even know that was a thing. Like, I didn't even know that they.
I didn't know that happened. That's cool.
I didn't know that they spread through fission. Yeah, I think he has a time lapse of it somewhere.
So we could cut them, is what I'm hearing.
That's what I thought, but I think there's a lot of anemone species that are very prone to bacteria infection. I think they call it brown jelly. I think you were kind of diving into it. I think it's a variation of the same thing that afflicted a lot of the fox corals early on in the hobby. And basically, and there is a solution to this, by the way. The solution that I have heard tried and true is running a lot of ozone. So you ozonate the water along with UV, and you try to take care of anything free floating as you medicate. So it's a combination of medicating, ozone, and UV. And I know a lot of importers. There was a guy, Vance, that used to own Island Direct in Portland, Oregon, that had more success with the harder to keep carpet anemones and the Ritterai magnificas in the hobby at the time, because he early on was implementing ozone back before there was even a product available. He was using commercial ozonators that they use in water treatment facilities for things like purified water. And what they found, he was one of the first people I ever saw that was actually utilizing the protein skimmer to inject the protein skimmer for as much surface contact with ozone, while still being able to keep it facilitated in one spot. Because the problem with ozone is if you inject it without getting it into a small volume of water, it just depletes itself out. There's a product on the market right now that kind of brings that into effect, which would be funny if somebody put it on a reef tank. I think it's called the O3. It's like for laundry. And it basically injects the water going into your laundry machine with ozone, but it also will recharge the ozonated balls automatically by pushing a button. So when they go from blue to pink, you can recharge them. And that would be cool if somebody could actually take that product, because I think it might work with salt water, or it could be easily changed to do that. And I think I bought mine for my house for like $300.
That's something
it's an all-in-one ozonator. But that is something that you can implement in a lot of these hard-to-keep anemones when you bring them in. Once they're acclimated and they're in a good, thriving system, they get the light that they need, they seem to thrive. And that was the problem with them early on. I mean, that's probably the problem with most everything when it comes to fish and everything. When you don't know the collector and how they're handled, you never know what's going to happen with them. And I think there's a lot of fish, even, you know, some of the, I can't talk about it because there's articles coming out.
I'm sure there's still cyanide. I'm sure.
You know, and they use a lot of stuff like that, you know, in a lot of these Philippines and Thailand, and that's how you used to collect octopus. Squirt a bunch of bleach water. That's what the Canadians were doing to get the giant Pacific Coast octopus forever.
Yeah.
That and formaldehyde and different rocks. Any kind of irritant to get them out of their den. And I think they do that with jawfish or anything that gets into a den. But that's another thing that's so weird about this hobby, is that we don't have the connection with the people we're buying our animals with. And I know there are people that do, but I think that's the people that are trying to sell them. And I think that if you're burnt out and you don't care, you're not going to tell your customers that. It's like, how many times did you go and buy a dyed sea bay anemone thinking that they're really bright yellow in the wild, not knowing that they're literally injecting them?
That happened when I first started.
There you go.
Indian glassfish they injected in freshwater before glowfish were a thing. That was a thing. Yeah.
But why can't they change the genetics? They did it in the glowfish. They're genetically altered now.
Before they did that.
Oh.
Yeah, that was like pre-glowfish. They had the Indian glass glowfish.
But this goes along with a lot of things, and I think that was another thing that we prided ourselves on, is we were open and transparent about everything we did. There was not one point where somebody couldn't ask us where we got the fish, how we collected it, and we couldn't give them an actual truthful answer and be like, this is exactly where we collected them. This is exactly what condition you got them in, you know, and everything has to happen from point A to point B to be successful. And I really hope the hobby will go that route, along with other things. Like I was telling you about, we talked a lot about biotopes. Yep. I think that's the wave of the future. Amano opened a door in the community of just keeping fish in general that is so underutilized in the marine aquarium hobby. And we've been advocates from the beginning. We try to tell people, if they're going to do their own collection, past getting the right regulations and everything, to actually utilize what you have. Go collect the sand, collect the rock if it's legal. You know, do everything you can to you know, mimic the biotope where these animals are, so that they can thrive in captivity, because we don't want to keep selling you the same thing over and over again because you're killing it. There's no reason.
No,
you know, I talking about genetics and anemones, and I was going to show you the anemone that I collected that had.
The chimera?
Yeah, it's two anemones that fused into one when they were in larval state, and I was trying to get a decent shot of it, but it's
go from the column, because I think it shows the color a little bit better.
Yeah. Let me see if I can
do
get
those species, will they split, or do they have to spawn, or how do they reproduce?
these ones. Will, I think they will they only spawn out, and they have males and females. Let's see if I can get it to actually close up and show it.
Thinks it's food. It's gonna just eat
Yeah.
your wand.
Right. So it's on a big shell. You can kind of see it's
Yeah, you can
it's
definitely
like
see it.
half and half of an anemone, which is crazy, because like when I collected it, I thought it was just the lighting, and I'm like, why is it half and half? But
they're non-photosynthetic.
yeah, they're non-photosynthetic.
That's completely genetics then. That's so cool.
Yeah, those are some more reds, but yeah, that's correct. I was like, oh yeah, we're talking about genetics on anemones.
Yeah, but I'm really glad to hear that you're going to try and take the hobby in that direction and start being, you know, promoting more of the biotopes, because I think it's really like going to like, you know, bring the hobby up, not down. I think that people in the freshwater community pride themselves on being biotope specific, and it opens up a whole new door in the keeping and in the mind frame. And I don't know, I pride myself on it. I think that all of the biotopes I create are a slice of the environment in which they came. And I'm not saying that the animals know any different, but I definitely see a difference in the interactions in non-mixed tanks when it comes to anything. And also knowing the way that the animals are. Like, you know, we kind of got to a point where we had the reef safe thing going on. But we all know that that's a lot of times a crock of shit. You know, like, it's not always 100% guaranteed. But there are ways to, but there are ways to make it 100%. You know, you do know that a butterfly is going to kill all of your little crappy anemones you don't want in your tank, but at the same time it might kill all your LPS. So why not just keep it in a tank that it's normally found in? Like, I think they'd be great for an MPS tank. Let them eat all the sponge.
Yeah,
you know, like, you know, like let's see some deep water tanks. You know, I've seen people play around with these ideas, but you know, let's attack the lighting community. You know, let's get them more involved in recreating the right spectrums. You know, the itenic thing needs to go away. You know, like the animals look beautiful as they are, and there is a place and time for itenics. And I think that adding itenic as a supplement is better than a saturation.
Yes.
You know, I understand that you can make your tank look like a black light poster, but you know, it's not a good look. You know, I mean, I understand it. Zoanthids are ugly without itenics most of the time, but there's a lot of species out there that aren't. I'm running one of the worst zoanthids I never wanted to keep in my life because it's a Caribbean native species, which are the yellow pseudozoanthids
Oh
It's
yeah,
like
yes.
you don't need actinic lighting. They're bright yellow.
I love those. They look
I,
good in their
I,
whites.
I love them too. I'm also planning on doing the pseudochromis or the pseudo coronactus too. The club anemones,
I've
the
been
ball
trying to
anemones.
get a hold of one of those. I know Tidal Gardens has some.
There's a guy on eBay from Florida that captive raises them. You get two of them for $8.95 shipped, I think.
All right, that's cheaper.
I'll send you the link. I'm planning on adding them to my tank, and I'm gonna start raising them out.
Yeah, the way I want to do it is not just have everything collected from the region, the same species, but yeah, like a data-driven biotope. So my thought is, I feel like a lot of public aquariums even are lacking in this regard, and I think I want to mimic everything, including the chemistry, as close as possible. So like when we go on this cold water trip we now have planned, I think it's a perfect time to do it. So I'll bring the spectrometer, I'll bring dissolved organic carbon test, microbiome test, ICP test,
Yep.
and I want to take everything systemically from that region, and then just do a custom trace element program. Try to mimic the microbiome, keep the dissolved organic carbon where it was, tune the lights to that spectrum. Then it's all the animals too from that region, all the substrate, all the rock. I mean, that's how we ought to be keeping these things.
Part of the fun of doing this is being able to be the biologist.
Yeah.
You know, that's why, it's not, I think that people lose interest and all they want is instant gratification.
Yep.
But when you see somebody with a beautiful tank, they're doing the homework, they're figuring out what the animal's like, they're doing the test by hand. You know, they might have the computer doing the day by day, which is nothing wrong with that. I mean, I think it's great that now we have these computers that can run tests daily and we can have a monitoring, but there's nothing wrong with going out, doing the footwork. And if not everyone can make it there, maybe that's what reef builders can add to the community. You can go and do the legwork for them. You could take a trip to Florida, or you could take a trip to Tonga, and you could do those tests, and you can tell everyone they've been doing it wrong the whole time.
Well, I mean, that gives everyone new set points for ICP, right?
There you go.
One reef that, like, working with, like, I want to really work with, like, a lot of the exporters and collectors. It's like, okay, take me where you find acanthophyllum.
Exactly.
Take me
exactly.
where the found. Let's take the ICP data from there. I mean, what I'm really interested in is the species that are hard to keep, right? So Ghanies, people still have issues with. Like, I want to go to Australia. Like, I keep hearing from all the exporters from Australia, there a lot of, like, the glitters and stuff are found in really muddy, kind of turbid areas that are by river mouths with red clay. So, like, manganese and iron concentration.
So there could be a nutrient. There could be a nutrient missing. I mean, how long did people keep dart frogs before they started dosing vitamin A for them and supplementing them to keep them long term? I mean, it's somebody in the hobby or a biologist. Biologists, it's tricky when it comes to the science of things. A lot of times they're on grants and writing research papers. They can't let you know what they're doing because they don't want somebody to steal their information. But somebody like you that's backed by Reef Builders, your company, you can go out and do this stuff and you can tell people what other people can't. Because there is things, because it's not that you can't keep that, the Gonopora. It's that you're keeping it wrong, or it's being collected wrong, or
it's surviving. And I want to be able to make it so all these things can thrive. Like
exactly.
Yes, right? Like, I mean, the really big one that I want to tackle is all the stuff from the Solomon Islands. So a lot of the stuff from the Solomons, beautiful chalices, pectinia, millipora, but a lot of them do not last long-term in captivity. And I've talked to, like, Chris Meckley, and he had some of the divers go take ICP samples. And the ICP samples they took, like iron, manganese, potassium, zinc, were off the charts. Like 500 or 600 times higher than, like, or maybe like 5 or 10, I'm exaggerating. But they're newly formed volcanic islands. So there's active, like, runoff that's actually happening from eruptions, and it makes sense there's higher trace concentrations. You go throw those in a mixed reef in a tank with endo stuff where all the set points are based out of, yeah, it's going to melt. It's going to die in 6 weeks. But if you had a tank with lava rock, with pumice, and, like, I mean, that'd be like a really cool, you could finally use some black sand and then mimic the traces. I mean, maybe you can keep these things and it makes it a viable thing economically where there can be demand for Solomon species.
I mean, you could break you could break all this down. I mean, think of the vents down in the deepest parts of the ocean. They make isolated places where the animals only occur on that vent, and the bacteria is living off of what the vent is spewing out. There's worms that are, like fan worms that are eating the bacteria. There's crabs that are eating this, and it's one ecosystem on one little vent, right? Why isn't that occurring everywhere? Like you said, like it's in
Definitely
a specific, yeah. So I mean, but this is stuff we don't think about when
It's
you're doing
probably
this.
like
And
bay specific, man. Like I don't even think there needs to be Australian tanks. There needs to be like a Western Australian and this stretch of like a Croc Island tank or like you're connecting by cans. I mean, I really think it needs to be that.
If you could mimic the Fiji underhang with the carnations, the blacks and the oranges, and keep them alive long term and things like that, I mean, this is stuff. This is stuff that could be breakthrough, because I think that people want to keep those things that they can't keep. That's something that everybody wants to do. We just in the cold water hobby don't have to worry about much of that because everything thrives. But no, I think it's amazing that you're able to have a facility where you can do these tests and be able to do the stuff that people just don't. I don't know. It's not that they don't want to do it. I think that it's just that they're so stuck in this circle where it's my reef shop, my local reef shop tells me I can do this. The influencer tells me I can do this. So I'm just going to go ahead and throw the science out the door. Like I was, and sometimes the tried and true isn't always the best method. That's why people were keeping Catalina gobies in their tanks for years and years, because one guy dropped the temp just low enough to keep one for a year, and now they're this is something everyone should keep, and like we can't go by that data. Somebody has to actually take it, be there, and show it, and have the science to back it. I can replicate this time and time again. It's proven now. Go with it how you will, and I think people are going to be receptive to it. Maybe I know I will be.
The easiest way to do it is Takashi Yamano style. I go there, I take a picture, not just a picture, but a picture of the data, of the environment, and with as many tools as you can, and then you replicate it in a glass box. And I mean,
we did that when we started with the cold water tanks. I remember when many of our first trips out were temperature readings, salinity in tide pools. I remember checking, what was it? Oh, because we wanted to know how much sunlight that the green anemones needed. So we were checking the photo output. Like, we were doing all kinds of stuff like that because there wasn't anything out there. It's like, when you start to do that, people are like, well, just keep this. And then it was taking exact photographs of what occurs in this tide pool together. And that's how we started doing it. And I think across the board, like you guys were discussing, it's like, that should be the focus of, you don't want to keep one from everything. You want to keep this piece of nature exactly as it should be kept, perfectly in balance. Like, that's the idea of the biotope. Like, like you said, it's mind-blowing to think that it's just bad habits that have been progressed and compounded on top of each other over years and years of, well, this works for me, so I'll just continue making it work. Or even though, like with the example of the Catalina goby, somebody did keep them for 2 years in a reef tank or something. Well, because they dropped it a few degrees. But if you drop it 20 degrees and keep it at the correct temperature, well, then it lives for 5 years. Like, can you do it? It works. Should you do it better? Absolutely. Where do you gather that data? By observing in nature and seeing how it reacts, and then converting that into a captive environment.
There just needs to be a lot more transparency in the hobby. That's that's all there. People need to be able to look up to people more and get out of the mind frame that you're not always right, and that there's always going to be somebody there that's actually going to be able to show you. If you're able to do these tests that we're not able to do because we don't have the equipment to do them, and you're willing to share them, that's just one thing that people should be backing you and anyone else willing to do that, because most people aren't going to give that away for free. In fact, unless you're friends with somebody at a public aquarium, or you're going to corner Richard Ross into a corner, he'd probably share more with you than most. Like, I've talked to a lot of public aquarium keepers, and they're not tight-lipped about everything, but if they get a breakthrough or something, they got to keep themselves funded.
Yeah.
So if you guys are able to do that homework for people and maybe bridge the gap, start finding out where these things are coming from, get a better idea of where everything starts and finishes. We need more information about the biology in the native habitat as much as we need what's going on in the actual hobbyist tank, because you can't always replicate what happens in nature, but we can come close, or we can just figure out how to do it. And I think that's what people need to start doing, is figuring out where they're going wrong. There's a reason you're not having success, and there's always going to be an answer somewhere. Somebody's got that answer for you. It's just that, Google is a good ally, but also listening to biologists and people that are actually doing the research is your best form of information. I don't discount anyone, but there's certain things that I want to know a little bit more on, and I want to dive a little bit deeper, especially if I'm going to put out $300 for a fish that's hard to keep. I'm not just going to buy it to have it because it's pretty fish. I want to have, I want pretty coral, but I also want to keep it for a long term. I want to see it. I want to see it in my tank thrive. I don't want to mix. I don't want to buy everything from every region of the world just to say I have it. I'd rather have 3 rocks in my tank with 3 corals thriving than to have every single thing I can cram into a nano tank. Because again, I want long-term success. And I think that's why every time you get on Marketplace, there's 3 million aquariums for sale.
It's
because people are in and out.
The industry has completely changed with the products that are available. And I think the influencer thing is really bad. I think there's a lot of people that have a little bit of success, and companies see that social media can lead to sales. So they've started
marketing
programs, and they say, okay, give me free product. I'm going to go, push it, and it's not really the company's fault, because they've created products that work based on what we know. So my thought is, if I can, reef builders hopefully fill in what we don't know, that can maybe then influence products. And
well, you need to influence marketing as well, because marketing needs to change. It can't be. It needs to stop being a collector hobby. Yes. It needs to be a hobby built on long-term success, so people stay in the hobby. So collecting every zoanthid in the world shouldn't be your goal. Your goal should be keeping the zoanthids you do have alive as long as you can, mitigating coral warfare by keeping corals that occur with each other in nature, instead of trying to pack in. If you've got a 10-gallon tank, there's no reason you should have 100 frags of Acropora mixed with LPS. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but that's why you're having problems, and that's why you're breaking your tank down over 6 years. That's why you're constantly in there with trimmers cutting and fragging and stuff. And this hobby's turned into a hobby of collectors. It needs to be in a hobby of success where people can lavish in it. They can be like, look what I created, and look, I've had it for 20 years now. And there's a lot of people that have that. Julian Sprung is
really do it too. I think it's an American thing. There's the collectoritis, the get rich quick scheme. I can make this a side hustle. And in Europe and Japan, it's much more of a living art piece type of.
Yes. And that's what it should be. Yes. That's what it should be. We're playing God to a certain extent as it is, but we can't be that just pack it in and hope for the best, just roll the dice. It should be more, science-based. It's like, why are you wanting the reef tank to begin with? What are you trying to recreate? What is your long-term goal with your tank? And if it isn't,
I was going to say, a great analogy would be like, you want to keep a tank like you're looking at a small piece of a state park. You don't want to keep it like you're making Noah's Ark. You don't need everything packed in. Like you said, you don't need all of it to show that you can do it. Just do the best thing of the one thing.
And I think they're always the most beautiful representations of what you can create.
Oh, you're muted, Josh. You're still muted. I don't know. I think your earbuds might have died.
Yeah. Oh, change it onto a speakerphone, buddy.
Okay, here. I'll go to the bathroom really quick. We'll edit this part out.
Okay. This is what we're looking.
Am I there?
Yeah, there you go. I was gonna say if you just change it off of that's what mine were doing earlier. I just changed it on to speakerphone. Worked on. He's going to the bathroom. He's gonna cut this part. Huh?
Did I get cut off in the middle of my rant?
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Do you like my analogy I made? It's like a state park, not Noah's Ark.
You should have rhymed it.
I should.
State Park, Noah's Ark.
I'll just put it to a beat.
He's so keeping this all.
Oh, he better not. No, he will. He will. He'll review this and he'll be like, it's gonna be the intro of me just.
Hold on, you have we've been talking this whole time and you haven't used one fishism.
One fishism? Oh.
Yeah, hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, no. Hook, line, and sinker. Is the tide going out on our conversation, Joe?
Okay. Whew, that
I
beer
love
went right
fishes.
through me. Okay. Where were we? Here's the edit point. Here's like
I was in the middle of a rant. Fuck this, fuck that, and then all of a sudden, nothing.
Yeah. That's when Josh is dropping his F
went
off.
off.
Also, part of my rant is always keep your ear pods charged.
Oh yeah, huh?
Don't be an idiot.
So, I mean, I think ultimately what this is, and the irony of me saying that in quotations, I know a better way is not lost on me in this. But I think it's like ego-based reefing. I think that people do it for themselves. Like a lot of clients that I had when I did maintenance accounts or when I worked at LFSs are like your typical guy that wants to prove something to someone else. And they say, I've got a shark and like all these frag. That frag right there, $1,000 an inch, rainbow slides they call it. And it becomes like a piece to flaunt. It's not about the animals; it's about the implicit value or cool factor we put on the animals. And
It's
again,
crazy.
I'm calling
Until-
it face reefing and see there's a better way. So
Until
whatever.
you're Julian Sprung with corals older than me, I'm not
Yeah.
impressed. So
Right. It's like that's the difference for me about the people who have had long-term success in the hobby is they do it out of passion and love for the animals, the environment, versus like the ego stroke of like, cool bro, like I call it the alpha bro reefer. The blue
I got so tired of that when it was right in that phase before I went to my cold water tanks. I sold off all my reef stuff. I kept all kinds of different things. Like I got to that point where I was just fragging to make frags to take to events, to sell the frags, to buy more frags. Like I hit that like point, and also at the like I was getting into that how cool do I want to spend phase of it, like exactly what you were describing. And I remembered that from working in a local fish store and seeing the people come in and literally just like, what's like doing the like what's the most expensive coral you got? And I'm like,
or do you remember when?
no. Yeah, but that was my whole gig is like I was looking at my own budget going, how much am I actually spending on this? How much time and energy am I investing into this? Just so that when somebody comes to my house, I can do that and go, oh yeah, that's like $100 frag. And the person I'm telling, unless it's somebody who's directly related in the reef community, gave zero shits about it. Like they were like,
yes.
cool. So my whole
still-
standpoint to flip it was to find somebody who shared like the energy. And it started with my kids when they were young. I'm like, they love going to the beach the same way I loved going to the beach when I was a kid. My dad used to tell me, go put that back in the water. You know, you can't bring home the crab. And I'm like, I'm going to bring home the crab. Like, sorry, I'm going to bring home the crabs. And my kids would get hermit crabs and stuff. And I would spend $60 on a tank of gas to go to the coast. And we'd spend the day collecting hermit crabs and netting for fish and getting anemones and bring home all this stuff that has memories attached to it instead of monetary value. And when people talk to me about it, then I would go, oh, that anemone my son collected on his 18th birthday at this place and this place. And it's not a I spent $100 on that frag because somebody told me it was coral pretty.
That's
like,
the next first, man.
Yeah,
Like, no,
right.
no, I have a family memory. I have a life, actually.
Yeah, right.
No, that I went through a similar thing. Like I got into it when I was really young, like 12, just because I loved the ocean. I was like, oh my god, like pulsing xenia blew my mind,
Yeah.
frog spawn, right?
Uh-huh.
And then as I grew up and like went through the angsty teenager, early college phase, worked at LFS's, sold coral, I'm like, I'm gonna go buy a Malaysian God torch. I'm gonna grow that and flip it on reef to reef. And then I came out of it as I worked at LFS's and sold so much coral. I did Facebook live auctions, and I just became disenfranchised and like disgusted with myself. I'm like, God damn, what are we doing? Like, and then I got into it to where I'm passionate about it again, and I buy mausoleums. Like if I want to buy something, like it was something weird, you know. And now I'm here. But
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I had to learn to be passionate again.
Mm-hmm. No, that's the whole thing. It's like I went through phases, and even it was like now it's like, I mean, I have this big cold water tank that like it's just like I'm there's probably, I don't even know, like what, there's one other person that's keeping an Atlantic tank that we know of right now. Like there's a few people that are doing smaller stuff, but I don't know I know one other person that's keeping the northern red anemones, and I don't know anybody else that's keeping a North Atlantic with like, so like the shrimp that I'm keeping are the invasive shrimp, the rock pool shrimp that are actually native to Europe, that are invasive along the east coast of the U.S. now, and they're gorgeous. And we used to have to import them to get them, like when we were on the West Coast.
Is breeding them captively right now.
Yeah, those are the ones that Biota Group now is breeding captively, and they have a huge range of temperature. They're natively found in the UK and everything. Like it's just that oddity of like, but at the same time, it's like I think I spent the most I spent this whole last year on the tank was driving up and staying at an Airbnb in Maine to collect anemones. Like that was but like it's a whole thing. Like I don't know, the experience becomes more meaningful than the monetary value of the local fish store and picking out the corals and the, I don't know. It was
that's the disconnect that people
Yeah.
have, is that they when you don't know,
you think you disassociate it when it's not in the wild anymore.
You don't know what's involved in it because you're not involved. You don't
Yeah.
have a relationship with the collector. You only have a relationship with the person, the salesman. And if you have a bad salesman, you're going to get bad information, and they're not going to care. It's like when I first got into reefing, it was early on when Acropora was just getting good, you know, like we could keep it successfully, chalices, all this stuff, the lighting was getting better. And as soon as that happened, it was like the opposite of now. You would go in looking for soft, easy to keep corals, and the people working there would be like, well, why the fuck do you want those? You want Acropora. People aren't keeping soft corals, and soft corals tanked. There was a point, and this is where the marketing comes in. There was a point when acros were being marketed so well that nobody wanted to keep zoanthids and soft corals, and that's when they started turning into the dragon's eye and the blue ash, because they were marketed well, and they still are, and that's fine. But I think that's all this industry is about when it comes to a lot of the livestock sale is marketing. There isn't somebody that's like, hey, you know, if you buy that, we already sold you this. You probably don't want to get that because that $200 clam from Vietnam we sold you, it's going to pick it to death and kill it. I think that there's still a lot of people out there that are just going to sell it to make sales. And I'm not saying that's always happening.
Online about how local fish store employees talking about how much information they give out. Are you talking somebody out of the hobby, or are you talking them into information?
But like I said, when you can keep aquariums, whether they're temperate, whether they're tropical, whether they're freshwater, and you're successful at it, that keeps you in the hobby for the long term. So I think that we've gone in a direction in the hobby where we did do the right thing. I think that it's veered off a little. Like they tried to do things like reef safe. They tried to map where corals were coming from, and they were heading in a direction that would give people the information they needed to be successful. And I think we need to just step back and get back into that and give people better information, be more, try to bring in more exciting things like you doing all of these biotope specific tanks and show people what they really can create. Because I think one of the best parts of keeping a tank beyond the coral and even the fish is recreating the biotope and trying to make a statement piece. And then when you fill it full of coral and it takes over the rock and it crusts, and you've got the fish schooling inside of it, you've got this Steve Weiss tank, like that iconic tank with the ravine going through the middle. And he didn't have 3,000 pieces of coral, but he had a big enough tank that he could put 20 different kind of corals. But when they grew out, it looked like a reef tank. They were growing into each other, the acros, and the fish were able to swim through them like in nature. Like 6-line wrasse aren't always swimming out in the open. They're veering in and out coral heads, and at night they're all in the coral head, including the tang sucked up underneath the ledges. And that's what I like to see. I want to see that slice of the ocean. I that's part of why we do this. We don't have the money to go to Fiji every day or to Tonga, but we do have the tank in the corner that we can look at, after smoking a little, and and there's something about that, because I remember before I even had a reef tank, I went over to a friend's house and must have spent 2 hours just staring at his tank that had nothing but shitty little brown soft corals everywhere and a couple like old Palathoas, but it was like the microfauna and just everything that's in there moving. And in every time you look in a new area, you're finding some sort of a tube worm, or whether it's calcified, or or like even a friggin' bristle worm, or you come out at night and you get to see all these other creatures. I mean, I still find myself looking in my refugium.
Yes,
it's just got
had the red flashlight, and I was like, "Oh, what the hell is that?"
It's literally a couple. It's a couple rocks. It's got a
Mongolian death worm in it, and
no, it hasn't turned into that tank yet, probably, but it's got a bunch of red dragon's breath, and I've got one of those blue chromis, the stinger eyes, or the
Springer eye, yeah.
Springer eyes, just because, just in case I get flatworms ever, whatever. And I'll sit there and just stare at it, because there's so much life inside of that little teeny cube. It's incredible. Yeah. But beyond that, you've got this focus, I think, that is lost, and I'd love to see it restored in the hobby, because I think that the other hobbies have got it down. The reptile hobby's got it down in every facet. You got people keeping bearded dragons in Australian biotope with the reed grass that grows out there, and And I think if we could pull that into this community, I think it would just, bring it to a new level. I'm glad. I can't remember, maybe the name of the organization that does the biotope competitions. They're bringing in the marine biotopes and already have. One of the guys on our forum did a Chesapeake Bay tank and actually won one year.
Yeah, with the oyster reef, based on the gobies that we were actually looking at keeping, the naked gobies that breed within the empty oyster shells. He did some super cool stuff.
But these are the things that need to be pushed. I mean, I'd love to see reef builders do some articles on biotopes. I'm really looking at doing one soon. And I think that once people see these tanks, and they're kind of hard to find. There's a few people. There's a German guy I know that's an influencer that's got a reef. It's a Australian SPS dominated tank that everything, I think, is from a certain region over there. I think it's a barrier reef tank, but all the fish are from.
Well, but like I think Salem mentioned earlier, like getting it down to like this is a replication of this particular reef.
Yeah.
Like this is Carlson's reef or whatever. Or like when we would do tide pool tanks, would be like this is a mimic of Seal Rock, Oregon. Like this is a mimicry of a biotope
but again,
at low tide.
But again, just to go back to my circle back around to the steps, you can't do that without the information from step one. Again, so you've got the collector, you've got the exporter, you've got the importer, you've got the buyer, you've got the shop, the local shop, and then you've got the aquarist. And without having a connection in between, it's really hard to
that source point information from the start that carries along with it, and then is continued through lineage. People who do that really well is orchid breeders. Like they can tell you where every single strain of every orchid that they ever crossed or everything came from, and trace it all the way back, because they keep tons of records in regards to that. Like there's a lot of plants that people that do that.
This is going to have to happen at some point, because along with the dart frogs, the genetics are getting scarce. You can't import certain dart frog species anymore, so they have to protect the lineage. So you can't hybridize dart frogs, because what if you've got the only couple that are in the U.S. and you ruin the bloodlines?
Well, we saw that happen with Hawaii too. Like, I mean, for the collection there, and imagine how many people were scrambling to get. They're like, well, what do we have that is coming out of Hawaii when the ban started on that? And that could start happening across all sorts of different places. Like you got to keep track of your lineage and know, like, I don't know. There's a lot to it, but yeah.
As to what's going on with the current way things are going and certain places shutting down, Hawaii in different areas, like people are going to have to start stepping up to the plate. ORA, Biota Group, all these companies, Dijon, they're groundbreaking, and people need to support them. I said for a long time, there's no way I would ever buy a captive bred yellow tang for that amount of money. But guess what? We're getting to a point where that's going to be the only way you're ever going to be able to get them again. So you better support the scientists that are the biologists and scientists doing the legwork to keep these going, because if they lose interest and lose money, it might be a fish you're never going to be able to get again.
I think the ultimate thing I'm very much interested in, and this is why I decided not to get a PhD, but to come and do Reef Builders full time, is I thought, okay, because my ultimate goal is conservation. And I see this as a way to achieve that for multiple reasons. I think first, the pessimistic or cynical take, which I think is likely true based on what I've read, is that coral is not going to exist, at least in the amounts that it does, like the diversity that it does, at least in my lifetime. And I think that the only way we're keeping them alive at that point is basically gene banks. I think that outplanting will fail. I think it's just giving us 25 more years,
Are they still doing the coral seed bank that they were?
There's a couple of places that have done it. There's a couple of different places that are doing it now, which is good.
I remember seeing architecture blueprints for that. They were going to do like a 3-level facility with separate tanks for every coral, and it was supposed to be like literally a way to keep the genetics there when they're able to somehow get the corals to be able to almost adapt to warmer water.
But it's like, dude, I don't think adaptation's going to work.
I
really don't think it is.
Not at the level that the ocean is rising in temperature. If it was happening over millennia, yes, but now
we need geoengineering most likely. But the real issue is not even. I mean, yes, warming, climate change that's like the straw that broke the camel's back. But like surface runoff, agricultural runoff is what is causing most of the issues. And no one talks about that, because guess who has a lot of money? Corn farmers from subsidies from the federal government. And then China buys a bunch of the corn crop, and it's a futures market, and yada, yada, yada. The economy will really crash then, right? You got to feed people. So,
or the construction going on in islands like Fiji, where they've just letting silt run off into the ocean, and it's choking out the corals. There's a lot of shit going on that needs to.
It's not good.
Change.
It's not just the temperature. The temperature is a big part, but it's a multifactorial thing. So I see the hobby. Like, it's like we were talking about before this. You mentioned how the Caribbean hard corals used to be circulated. People had endangered species now growing in their tanks, and no one even wanted them. They threw them away. If we still had those, I mean, think like they're having trouble keeping many of these species in captivity, whereas we did not. And that's because scientists are not reefers. Scientists don't have the skill set to grow coral. I see the hobby as an ultimate testing ground to figure out the black box problems associated with hard to keep species. And I think the only way to do that is biotope mimicry. And ultimately, when it comes that day when we determine, okay, Goniopora minor from Australia is going to go extinct. Oh, guess what? Here's 15 videos on how to keep it the exact blueprint. That's what I see this being as. And that's Reef Builders cannot, I hope, not only help change the hobby, but It's about building reefs, man. Like if we can keep them in a glass box, we can keep them alive forever. That's the hope.
Keep more people interested, like keep the interest there. And it's not always just about making it as easy and hands-on. I think that approach is good for like, I'm going on vacation.
Yes.
And I don't want everything to die, but you should have your hands in the water. You should be running hard tests. You should be attached to it like you would in anything that you love. If you love your car, you're not going to go out and take it off road your brand new Ferrari. You're going to do something to make it capable of doing that. You're not just going to destroy it. And I think that, again, the instant gratification will come. You just have to be patient, and you have to listen to the Richard Rosses of the world. We can't afford to lose the little biologists that are willing to get on the forums, because a lot of them are going away because they're sick and tired of people naysaying them when all they're doing is trying to help, because they don't have to be on our forums. We try to forum online. The Cold Water Marine Owners Group is very hard to run because there's so many people that want to jump on there and create an issue. And I would rather uphold and uplift these people to keep them in the community, because if they go away, the Sanjays and all these different people, you're going to only be left with influencers that will say anything to get views. They don't give a shit about your tank in the long run. In fact, most of them are probably using that platform just to pay for their own hobby, and
they might not even use the products. They might just pretend they're using them.
I'm saying they're all bad. I've been watching Mark Levinston before he was the editor for Coral.
Yeah.
But he was doing his own little, bit of science himself, and he was not afraid to show you his mistakes and show you how he corrected it, so you don't have to have that same mistake. He, I just had a flatworm outbreak. I was just going to do one dose, done. Mark's like, you haven't watched my video? It's not going to work. They have a life cycle. It's a 6 to 7 day life cycle. As soon as you kill them the first time, 7 days, the babies are born. You got to do it this way. And it's like, people like that need to stick around. And I think the only way we can keep that is by certain people and individuals stepping up to the plate and saying, no, this is right and you're wrong. We're not mad that you have this idea. Nobody's trying to discount your idea, but let's work together and let's all learn from it. There isn't one way to do anything in this hobby, and there never will be. But there's definitely certain people that have knowledge that is so factual, we have to listen. You might not duplicate it 100% and still have success, but you should damn near try to replicate it the best of your ability within your budget. And that's another problem with this hobby. It's not always a budget-friendly hobby. And if you don't have the money, a lot of people shouldn't get into it, and they should start from a small scale and work their way up. I'm tired of seeing people dump all their funds into a giant tank, fail, sell it, get out. Why didn't you start with a nano aquarium that you can afford and build your way up?
Do it all in one.
Dude, I mean, honest to God, yeah, exactly. Well, and that's what I was going to say. Depending on which way you go with your biotopes, man, dude, way back in the day, we talked through how we all wanted to get people interested in cold water tanks. And we were like, what's the easiest way? An all-in-one acrylic tank with a chiller looped in, one rock, one anemone. There you go.
I didn't buy a brand new equipment, I don't think, for the first 10 years.
Yeah.
Of marine tanks. I bought everything.
I use pond return pumps that are $100. I didn't pay the Reef tax. I like DIY stuff.
Oh yeah.
I like bought off-brand stuff on Amazon or Tractor Supply or wherever the hell.
Start
it's
small. And
well, I mean, look at when we built our first insulated facility for holding fish. Do you think we had dual pane glass tanks or super thick acrylic? No, we built a 20 system tank out of stackable Coleman coolers, because it's an insulated watertight body. Done. Drilled holes in bulkheads. Bam. We can hold as many fish as we want. Like, you got to engineer some stuff.
I think there's a double-edged sword to it, right? So you mentioned, like, you think that the easy way might not be the best. I think there is a place for making reefing easy and affordable,
Yeah.
and that is to grow the hobby. You can do softies with a really simple LED and an all-in-one
Yeah.
and have your 2 clownfish, and that gets people in it.
Totally.
But I think there needs to be like a barrier. There needs to be boundaries to where it's like SPS can be done easier than before, but this is not easy.
There was back in the day. That's like
Yeah.
when safe things started happening, because people tried to implement rules that were loose, like clownfish are reef safe.
Yeah.
I mean, we've all had that one clown.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, for real.
Not directly killing the coral, but it's picking up the rocks and moving it out of its way into the back. Like, I'm just saying that if we can come from a standpoint that people can have success and they can do it by doing X, Y, and Z, they'll be more willing to be more of a part of the hobby. They'll be able to put more money down because they've already had success, because that's usually how it happens. You have success on a small scale and the evolution is to go bigger. It always, you know what I mean? Unless you're comfortable, some people have that office tank. That's all they need.
Yeah.
Want that little cube next to their office they can stare at while they're doing work. But there's another set of people that want to start.
There's another set of people that have a 150-gallon cold water tank with a half-horse chiller shoved in their basement. Like, man, what are they about?
Well, you're successful at keeping them, and you're willing to step up to the plate and go big, because.
But it's just like you said. It's a lineage thing. It's like I had a 20-gallon Eclipse tank with, like we were talking about, with the Fahaka puffer and just sand and a bogwood and some Java fern and one puffer was one of my first tanks. And I had that successfully until I was like, this is amazing. And like, that was when I was in high school. And then I became a teacher's aide for one of my biology teachers who had a reef tank. And we propagated zinnia and cold corals. And I was like, and this is awesome. And then it was just this slow progression. Like, I mean, I didn't get to the point of like, oh, I'm going to do the most ridiculous, like nobody does, nobody keeps, nobody has information type of aquarium until I was in my 30s and I had done aquariums for, 20 years.
And then you get to the point where the drugs don't hit anymore and you got to find a bigger
drug. Exactly. Then you're grinding up anemones and freebasing them. Like,
you have the
lily pipe.
Yeah, you start finding good stuff.
You got the full SPS tank with the frogfish and.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have some of that. I'll do the goofy alpha bro thing. I'm gonna have some Rhinopius and a rainbow splice. But
I love Rhinopius.
I'm also gonna do the cold water and the cool trailblazing stuff. And I'm also gonna do a simple nano softies.
If you're going down the NPS route, I'd love to see a completely automated food dosing tank like we did with the refrigerators, and dosing the food, having the basket stars and the feather stars, and like we know that people are capable of keeping them. It's just there has to be some way of getting to a point where it's able to be utilized by everyone. And the problem with MPS that I found is the people that have been successful, you got to have a lot of money to back it up, because you're
dedication to the feeding. Really, it's like even automated feeding is just expensive.
It's not only the feeding, but it's trying to get rid of the nutrients after the feeding.
Yes, the export, and it's very similar to the cold water system. It's like feed it as much as it takes, get it all out of the water as fast as you can. Like,
it's got to be some way to come up with a food source that implements all of the.
Salem's in here grinning like he knows something. Like he's all.
There's some stuff. There's some stuff coming to market. That'll be how the systems ran here.
Somebody you need to talk to at some point. He used to be a Signathed expert, and he worked for Piscean Energetic as Colby. What's Colby's last name?
Oh, Colby Podkin. He's breeding. God, what is he doing? Those
He lived right down the street from me in Washington. His wife bought a farm, and he's
doing like massive aquaculture on that native fish. What is it? It's like I can't even remember what it is.
Isn't it turboids?
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
He was working with Piscean, and I had a chance. We hung out quite a bit, and
yeah.
Is it Colby? Yeah.
Oh shit! I canceled it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, yeah.
So he was breaking down food, I believe, for Piscine, and he was into signatus at the time. And the problem was, yeah,
He's got microscopes. It's legit already. I understand.
The problem with the signathids is that they didn't have the right fatty acids and compounds in the food, and it like kind of was. I think he was dealing with some of the bigger species and being, like not successfully being able to come to term with the eggs and stuff. And he was having breakthroughs with food, and he's a wealth of knowledge, because I think that food contributes to a lot of the success, or I guess lack thereof, in a lot of the fish species. A lot of the fish species, they can't get past F1s because of it's like they're lacking something in their diet. And that's just, another one of those things, like you saying you want to do all these tests on the water and perform all these things so you can duplicate things. Same things with the food. I mean, some of these animals, we don't even know what they eat. I mean, we know that they're getting portions of reef snow and certain things, but what could we duplicate in captivity to be able to feed them, get them what they need nutrient wise, to have them long term, but not pollute the shit out of our tank, kind of like we've done now in the hobby with a lot of the pellet foods. They've been able to put everything concentrated into a pellet that you could feed 3 pellets to 1 fish, keep it healthy, and not pollute your whole system.
They've got dry extruded stuff now, or cold extruded, like Vitalis and Nutrimar.
Yep.
Like, I mean, that stuff's cool. So their pellets just keep getting better. That's some
Well,
cool technology.
That's a great point that you bring up about the pelleted food. Remember when we imported the Japanese lumpfish, the itty bitty guys, the Microtrematale, and we had issue. We knew that they bred quickly. We knew that they had fairly short lifespans, 18 months. We got buried females in. They never laid the eggs. They ended up being egg bound. We were feeding them frozen mysids and frozen foods and stuff. But there's keepers in Japan that are literally feeding them pelleted foods now and having them reproduce just in their tanks, and they have multiple generations.
Well, they also early on had access to they were doing mysis dips, screening for mysis and stuff like that, and feeding the natural.
And I know that they supplement with amphipods and they do a couple other live foods too, but like that was one of those things that just like, it just popped into my head when you were talking about the pelleted foods. I'm like, also because everybody I know in the world sends me those videos.
There's still so many variables that are unexplored in this hobby. It's not even funny. I mean, I don't even think we've scratched the surface on a lot of things. I think that the hobby has also been stuck in a loop. People just redesign the same product, and we've been streamlining the same product. It's very rare, and I've talked to a lot of other people in the industries that say that they're kind of losing drive to even go to the shows anymore, because it's the same product regurgitated. And it's very like, up until recent, I hadn't seen a breakthrough product. And now we've got these new testing kits that are coming out that you just had on your last show. There's some big things that are coming out that we're like, I've been just waiting for. I mean, I damn near out of the hobby because I was so bored with it. And now that we're able to get a few new things, and it's awesome if we could get more, or just bring up topics that get people's brains going, because there's people out there that have the background knowledge to be able to like hear something we say and be like, well, shit, I could probably do this.
Yeah.
And I think that's important. And this is part of conversation. The conversation shouldn't be fish pretty, coral pretty. It should be a lot of this, like, hey, how can we keep this long term? Let's all be fucking successful in this hobby. Let's keep it going. Like, I want to see people with, like Julian Sprung with like 20-plus-year-old tanks. I want to see people that like, they're not bored of their nano tank because it's been thriving for the past 10 years. Like, I want to see all that.
I want people to spawn and settle coral.
I'm excited.
I want that to happen.
I'm glad you guys are, through you, Windsor, everybody, Raj, everybody, keeping Jake's, dream alive. I'm glad it's happening. And I think that everyone's excited to see what you do, man. Like, I'm really glad that you're taking up the reins over there and keeping it going, because I think that Reef Builders has definitely got a place in this hobby. And, I'd hate to ever see it go away, because, I don't know how many more people are out there that are going to step up to the plate and take the time to do it.
I'm sure there's some, but I don't see many right now.
Not everybody,
If I'm being honest.
not everyone has the outlet. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
Not everybody has the space. Not everybody has the time. This is a very, when it comes to research, it's time consuming. And if you're not getting paid for it, who's going to do it? It's hard to do. Like, I want to breed Catalina gobies, but unless I could sell some on the side when I captive breed them, I'm not going to continue it long term, but it'll keep me going. If I do them, and it's going to make me want to do the next thing and then the next thing. And, and if I make a buck or here or there, that's fine. Really, what I want to do is just pay for the hobby. When it came down, me and Stu were able to do. I mean, we did very successful when we first started, and it was fun that we got to make money and do what we loved. But really, all we wanted to do was go collect.
We wanted to be out there tide pooling. That's really it. Like, that was the gist of it. We wanted to go out there and collect, like, the stuff that we did when we were kids. Like, was fun, and now we were adults and we could do it. And as a job, like, now I just want to go to Peru and get blue anemones. Like, that's all I want to do.
So so I saw your post. What's the likelihood of getting the blue anemones?
It's happening.
It's
Yeah.
happening. That's
Yeah,
so cool.
I've been in touch with a few people that now they're just working on the legalities of how they can export them. At one point, I tried to find ecotourism people that would take me out, but it's all focused on the Amazon River basin. When you get down there, no, it's like they're like, why would you want to go in the ocean there? They're like,
it's like, you have no idea.
Yeah, like, you don't even know. Like, I've been dreaming about that blue anemone since Steve Weiss showed me 20 years ago.
The temperature side is still fairly untapped as far as, like, it hasn't gotten to a point like the reef hobby has where there isn't ecological damage from it, like, we haven't over harvested yet. And we were able to jump into it. And early on, not just us, other people like Zhao and Ninu, they're part of all
Portugal,
yeah, they're part of all sorts of
they do tons of conservation work with what's the I can't remember the seahorse that's over there, but they work with one of the universities. They breed it's like
a task.
Campus Butelatus, I think, maybe. I don't know. It's one of the native temperate seahorses that occurs in Spain and Portugal and everything. They've worked with the universities over there to supply. Instead of collecting from the wild, they're supplying captive bred ones to public aquariums through them, and, like, that's a huge thing for conservation.
So we were able to jump in early and do something that people weren't, because when we jumped in, it was during the climate, whale wars, everything was going on.
Oh, yeah.
Just go right out from the get-go and say, when we got our permits, we're only going to do X, Y, and Z, and we're also going to. So now at this point, going full circle, as we build up our brand again, it will be very damn near 90+% captive everything. Like, I mean, it's just
focus on the aquaculture.
We're going to be shipping in everything. There's no point in bringing in an anemone that will spread through bipedal laceration or cast spawn or brood to keep bringing them in. I would rather sit on them for 5 years until I have enough broodstock to sell, because it's not about the money anymore. It's really just about us being able to do what we love and be able to give people something that they can love. And even if we have to bring the prices up on certain things, because now they're so hard to get, like Coronactus used to be something we could get all the time because they were aquaculturing it. Now that's gone. So the next ones we get are literally going to be from another hobbyist that's had them for the last 10+ years, because it's not something I can legally, I think, even get at this point unless I get permitted again in Oregon and dive for them. Yeah. So some of these things are coveted now, just like
I'll tell you right now, I'm not diving in Oregon for them. So
just like you were talking about,
not doing it.
That's what's going on now. Like, I mean, how many people have blue Hawaiian zoanthids anymore? The little teeny ones that everyone loved back in the day. I mean, they're scarce now. And I'm sure you got stuff hidden away over there that Jake brought in that's probably irreplaceable too.
There is certainly one piece that I know no one else has, at least in the United States. Julie and Chris Meckley both lost theirs. They are both hankering me for a frag, but I'm like, I don't want to frag it. I'm afraid.
do me a huge favor, because I was obsessed when he called me, when Jake first called me and told me, well, actually bragging that he was going to do the Parides Christmas tree worm rocks. Bring that back, because that is literally
That's coming back.
that is literally one of my favorite things in the world. In fact, one of my local reefers just brought one in, and I've just been humming and hawing because it just doesn't fit my biotope correctly. But and I've had problems with them in the past, and I would love to see
They're still rocking.
I would love to see them actually spread in captivity. Is what I'd like to see. You know,
I've got the little hermits too. He has
Oh,
one
that
rock
is so
that has
cool.
the hermits.
the Acropora hermits or the Parides hermits.
No, the
Parides
ones that live
hermits.
in the Parides with
So it's
the
the Parides rock with the Christmas tree worms, and some of the holes have the hermits that are filter feeding.
I'd also
yeah,
like
but
to
their claw is the shell that they close like an operculum and into the hole. That's so
Yes.
neat. I love those guys.
This sounds kind of stupid, but I'd also like to see. I'd die to see somebody breed the Acropora crabs.
Dude, the Trapezia, yeah, man.
Dude.
My local shop gets him in on the time on maricultured ones, and he keeps them. He's like, all right, we're gonna take
Well,
this
they
one
used
off.
to just
put it-
come in
He's
and
got
now
like 20.
people know they're valuable, so they take them off the Acropora and sell them individually.
Yeah.
They used to just get an acro with 30 of them on it.
Yeah.
You know, and I mean, nothing would be cooler than see those captive bred with all you need is, I'm sure, an acro suspended in a why can't I think of the
Chrysal?
name? A creasel.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sure you can
Oh,
get
that's an interesting idea. The acro suspended off of something in there, so you have full flow all the way around it.
I was thinking 24, like a 360 lighting too, light
Yes,
on all
LED
sides.
all the way
They
around.
grow like an ornament.
Well, I'm sure.
Yeah, and have it grow in every direction.
I'm sure they have a pelagic stage, and I'm sure if you were able to suspend the larva in a creasel, feed them high amounts of algae or whatever they're feeding on. I mean, that's one of those things, man. It's like when you look into those acros, that's what I'm looking for. If they're sterile, they're no fun. I want to see all the little things in there that are doing their thing. You know.
You know what my holy grail of commensal relationships is?
What's that?
I'm hankering for one, and I've been hot on the trail. I want to get an emperor shrimp, and probably like a sea apple, or like I know some of like the tiger tail cucumbers.
You know,
Yeah, I was gonna say, stick to a cucumber against the apple.
Hey,
I want an apple to keep too, though.
So when I first met Jordan Knoll over at ORA, he had his Cryptopterus, his blue striped clowns he was breeding, and then he had a refugium next to it, and it was in his kitchen at the time. And the refugium was just as big, I believe, as his cube he was keeping those fish in.
Yeah.
And he had it full of, I believe it was some, I don't know, something stupid like Chlorpa or something. But in the middle, he had the royal sea apple. And I think he got rid of it before he died, but he had it longer, and they nuke your tank. I mean, when they die,
I just want like a little UNS tank, one sea apple, and 2 emperor shrimp.
I'd never seen a cucumber that cool. That Australian cucumber is like, and the royal is phenomenal. I believe that's the blue, red, and yellow.
They're killer, man.
And it was, and I'll tell you what, we've got one you could look up. There's an anemone that's commonly referred to as the fishing anemone. It's a large anemone that can be ranged from pink to red, huge, giant tentacles, gets massive. It's not quite deeper water, but it's not subtidal. And it has a commensal shrimp called a candy cane shrimp that's literally candy cane striped and clear. And it also hosts juvenile to sometimes subadult kelp greenlings. So there's
painted greenlings.
What's that?
Painted greenlings.
Greenling, the painted greenlings. And it's a true temperature hosting both, and they're amazing. If you look up the shrimp,
I see it. It's so cool.
So
yeah.
Have you seen? Can you see it with the?
I see it with the greenlings. I can't find a picture of the shrimp, but just like the fish and the anemone is very cool.
So it doesn't host in terms as much as like a clown. A lot of times it's around the column, but it literally uses as a juvenile that anemone to hide itself and protect itself from other predators. And there is
people can see what I'm seeing right now. Oh, I see. Actually, wait, they can. Oh my God, hold up. This is.
Yeah.
We can. We have software. Is that it?
That's
Is
it.
that the right guy? There he is.
There he is.
This little,
Oh yeah, that bottom left.
So it looks akin to a
Yeah,
cold
painted
water
green
herring.
lean. Yep,
looks
there's the
almost
candy
like the
cane.
Pedersons. It looks like the Pedersen shrimp from
yeah.
Florida.
Similar, yeah.
It's like a sexy shrimp or like a neocardinia almost. And that thing's cool looking.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that is bred in captivity at the Vancouver Aquarium up in Canada.
Wow, really?
Yep.
There's
The painted green leans too. They did those.
If you research the Vancouver Aquarium, I believe that Philip Bruiker up there and his team, I think, have bred almost more animals than any other public institution in the
I want to say they have a public list of animals that they've captively bred.
Almost everything cold water found on the West Coast, Puget Sound, Straits of Juan de Fuca, they've bred.
Yeah, I bet
I'm going to aquaculture. It's probably a more technical.
Yeah, Vancouver Aquarium Aquaculture. I bet there's probably a list. Like they had a.
Oh, it's commercial. So they selling stuff then too?
I don't know if they ever got to that point.
2015. So who knows?
I don't know what the rules and regulations are up in Canada. I know that they're a public aquarium, so I don't know how they go, because I know in the US, once it's in a facility, it can only transfer to other facilities or be disposed of.
I know the prime exporter from Canada, and he's been trying to get me some emperor shrimp. So that
There is a cold water collector exporting company in Vancouver, Canada.
Oh,
I want to say it's was it West Wind Labs or something like that?
I'd have to look through our.
Yeah, I'd have to look through it all, but there is somebody based out of Canada that does. At one point, they do mostly invertebrates, and I was trying to get them to export Pacific spiny lumpsuckers for us, but they could never come up with the actual fish. So,
So for this tank I get, because I also talked to Todd Gardner and Travis Brandwood down in the Carolinas, and they're like, "Why don't you do your cold water tank and get Atlantic stuff down here?" But then you guys are offering Oregon. Like, what should I do?
Well, we could do both. And that's the easy thing. It's just two different biotopes.
Who is it that you're working with now in Oregon that's kind of taking up filling our shoes down there?
Yeah, it's one of my old friends' sons. He was breeding freshwater fish for a long time and was looking for another outlet. And I'm like, well, hey, like if you're interested, like I'll walk you through the permitting process. His name's Carter Peterson. He runs a business. I wanted to say it's called Trippy Fish, trippyfish.com. I don't know if he's gotten the website running or yet, but he should have permits by this summer, and he'll be able to commercially collect and then sell and ship the same way that we used to, because I basically fed him all of our old permitting information along with our collection species list. So it really comes down to a matter of what he can get. So it's more of like, how expeditious will he be? And he knows everything that we knew. So
I think
for sure all the anemones and stuff that we used to get, but like things like we used to stumble across, like I don't know how actively he'll stumble across them also. Like I don't know if he'll be catching sailfin sculpins on the regular, but that kind of stuff.
First started, because you mentioned Travis, I think we were selling him some jellyfish.
Travis Brentwood, yeah, way back. We sold him, I want to say some red-eye medusas or something.
Because we did a ton of Pacific sea nettles. I don't think he ever got those, because we were selling them to, was it Georgia Aquarium? I think at the time it was who was it that was running Georgia at the time? It was he left Georgia Aquarium to be back in the plains or something. Like he was like his name was I think the sea nettles were for Georgia Aquarium. I can't remember. We sold
them. I know it was like the problem with that was we didn't have the
Akira name. He had like I think it was Akira or something. He had the sounded like a Japanimation like show or something. I think his name.
Right. I can't remember, but I remember the issue is that we didn't understand the seasonality of all the jellyfish at the time. And that was one of the things that we talked with Travis about was, I mean, he's very familiar with all of the seasonality of them, particularly on the East Coast now. But that was our issue, is like, we only collected them like when they were there, and that was it. And we didn't understand when they flooded in and out. So
I remember what it was. Tracy Morgan had a creasel. We were selling.
Oh, that's right. We sold him jellyfish.
We were selling them red-eye medusa because they're real easy to keep. And I think Travis was interested in the little guys that shimmer.
Combs?
Was that?
Oh
Comb
yeah, like
jellies?
the comb jellies. Yeah,
Yeah,
the
comb gel.
Singapores, I think. I don't remember what it was.
They would flood. I mean, at night they would just light up. They would be.
That was just like I just talked to Travis 2 days ago, and I said, "Well, Travis, I want to keep some comb jellies in the studios. Maybe they came from you. That's crazy,
Dude. And honestly, you know what's
There's the
funny?
whole
If you
supply chain.
depending on what I was going to say, depending on what type of cold water setup you do, it wouldn't be very hard to have a centralized chiller and then loop in satellite systems. So the entire system is chilled off of a single one, but you looped a creasel and you looped another biotope. Like,
That's what most public aquariums do.
yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say.
But hey, Salem,
Looking at me.
the ultimate flex ever is keeping a bioluminescent algae tank. So when you slap the top of the water, it shimmers.
All of the diatoms
Well-
or dinoflagellants, yeah.
Yeah, right. Just do it real shallow. That's all you need. Just a real shallow trough that circulates water
All
through
right,
it.
we'll have a spray bar that'll be plumbed into the same system, and then I don't know, we'll figure it out. See, I don't like to get rainbow splices to flex anymore. This is what I want to do. This
Yeah.
is how it's evolved. This
You
is
could-
the
all
ego
right.
stroke now. It's like,
So run your bioluminescent algae in a separate system that floods into your creasel so that you see them bioluminesce when the jellyfish grab them to feed.
all right, so we'll have closed loop production where it's like
Yeah.
it would be like a carboy. Oh wait, hold on. I could do like a whole bioreactor that's set up
Yeah.
that selectively will halfway drain, then a top off will fill it up. That'll go to the jellies. Is there anything that eats jellies? Could I have a multi-stage
Yeah, what could feed the
bioreactor?
jelly? Well, what's funny is we did a phytoplankton reactor on the cold water system when we were keeping the jellies. So I did a tank that was it was phytoplankton and tigroprius that would do exactly that. It was rotating by itself, and then it had another pump that would flood the tank and dump it into the creasel.
Before they had the dosing pumps, you were getting
Yeah.
the ones for medical, the
Mhm.
medical dosing.
Oh yeah, the peristaltic dosing pumps. I was the stuff that like people would get like their dialysis done on. I'm like feeding people.
Which is a secret because you can buy those things for like
Very cheap.
$20 a piece, and they're actually made so they can be put into. So the reason we got them is now they have the new ones, but you can't put them into refrigerators long term. These are meant to go into refrigerated like ice situation because they're completely sealed.
Yeah.
So put a peristaltic dosing pump in your refrigerator, loop your stuff through, and then that way you don't have the problem of having the suspended food not being chilled and rotting in your tube line.
Yeah, because the food is, even if it's in the dosing pump still, it's still inside of the fridge. It's just in the line. The other option is you can do like seawater and have it back feed through and have like a or have it just depends. There's a couple ways to run those.
We got it set up. Steve Weese, the pioneer of this. His tank.
He told me.
Steve Weese did it.
45 minutes of restock. He explained the whole, this is the coolest. I'm like, oh yeah, Matt Wandell wrote about that. He's like, he stole it from me.
Is that he is not the person to get information from. He does not share anything. He's the coolest dude ever. So it's all like a surprise. You go over there, see his tank, and you're like, well, wait a second, there's no light. Well, it's not photosynthetic. The lights only come on when I want to see it. Okay, that makes sense. Then all of a sudden he opens a door, and it's like his secret hatch into his refrigerator mini fridge that's stacked with dosing stuff, and it's timer and it's feeding, and I'm like, I'd never seen this before, and I'm like mind fucking blown. I'm like, wait a second, we can not have to go every because you want to feed some of these animals, especially MPS animals. It's not about how many times you feed, it's how long it could stay in the column. So they need time. Like when I dose my Caribbean sea fan worms, I will literally turn my pumps all off. I'll dose my Reef nutrition. I do a couple different ones. I do the algae, and I also do the eggs row. And I'll dose, and I will let it sit there. I mean, sometimes 10, 20 minutes, but then I'll only turn on my return pump so that even before my regular AIs, my Neros come on, I'm not getting the wave action even to push it around even more. So the stuff that's at the surface has time to even gradually come down, you know, because it's not like everything I've learned through trial and error is all these filter feeding animals, they don't want to be fed giant amounts. They would rather be fed 6 or 7 times a day for long increments with it hanging out so they can utilize as much as they can than to just do the I dose it every 2 days while all the plants are on. Like,
Yeah.
you know, that's really only getting them a little bit of food, and long term they end up starving.
So, all right, we've got a rectangular primary tank with 2 panorized surges and a closed loop system. That is somehow plumbed into a chrysal. And then that is plumbed into a bioreactor with dinoflagellants. And also now there is the mini fridge feeding system, which will be automated to the time of the tides rising and pulsing so it can stay in suspension. I'm going to need about a 10 by 10 space.
There's a sump somewhere in between that too, don't forget.
Yeah,
No.
primary sump. It can
You
also
got
multiple return
level.
pumps.
You got to stack in a singular.
It sounds like me and Stu are gonna have to stay out at the Reef Builder studio.
I think we're gonna have to get. We're gonna get all of this. I gotta know someone that makes does custom acrylic at this point. That's definitely what we need to go with.
Got all that for you.
All right, so we
You know what's funny? Actually, I think you covered it. The guys at PNW Custom. Yeah, I just put him in touch with that guy Carter that I'm helping with the permits. I'm like, you guys need to work together on another nano system like we used to do back in the day. Use the tiny like 1 gallon, the walk around one, but with a Peltier chiller, because the Peltiers can only handle small volumes and it uses small amounts of energy. I'm like, there you go, nano, micro cold water.
All right, I'll set up one of those too.
I've also got Brian Harnish over at Titan Aquatic and Exotic.
Oh yeah,
he's the one that did my tank, and he does all the tanks for the public aquariums, and he did one for Bellingham. He did a crazy tide pool that has a waterfall that goes down, and
yeah, there's a lot of really good buildings.
That now too. I want a waterfall.
I know everyone wants.
Yeah, waterfalls are overrated. I had one in my lobster tank. It's not that big a deal.
Like
if you were to do it right, you would skip the tank altogether and you would concrete in a basalt formation like they do at the zoo.
Yeah, so it looks like an actual tide pool.
Rainforest Cafe level stuff. Like
actually make a zoo style tide pool touchdown.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
I have to have this connected to the hobby to where someone else could copy paste it if they had the budget.
Yes, reproducibility is the key. So somebody else can look at it. So full circle back to multiple nano all-in-one tanks with singular chillers. Or you can loop the chiller on them all.
Are either of you skilled with CAD? I feel like this will require some CAD work.
I've been known to dabble with some Google Sketch.
Hey, just for like old knowledge, before they were coming out with high output LEDs, Stu was literally importing LED chips from fucking Japan and China. And
yeah, the COP, the chip on board chips.
The heat sink, the fan in all-in-one units and selling them.
Yeah, they looked like little arc reactors. They were awesome. They were basically DIY Kessels.
Huh.
But that was 20 years ago.
That's probably how I'd light this. I'd do Kessel track lighting.
Yeah, I love it. That's why I put track lights in. Yes.
Oh,
so
are you running the zoo style ones?
Hold on.
Wait, where are you getting those? That was the whole reason I did track lighting, was so that I could do Kessels.
These are Kessel studio lights. Check this out. This is going to be the studio. This is where I'll film. Oh, hold on. This is so awesome. Jake set this up.
Oh, they're RBG.
Oh, yes.
Throw on the Titanic.
Nice. So that's essentially like what the track lighting that I did. It's I think it's like 5 color in different Kelvin degrees. It goes down to like 2500, 35, 5. So I just run them at 7 because they're on the highest. It's the truest white that it'll show. But yeah, same idea. But I originally, like, my problem was the last time I ran LED spotlights, I had to find the light with the correct optic in it to make sure that it hit from the ceilings of my house that were at 9 feet tall at the right water level where my tank was, and that was a giant pain in the butt. But then I found out that now they make dialable optics. So,
Yeah.
and that's why I went with these. But I was trying to find the same thing through Kessel, and it was
These at least the hue can change, but I don't know if it can do floodlight too. I don't know.
and that's what I liked about these ones.
That.
These ones will go from a 15-degree optic to a 60-degree optic. So it works just like a flashlight does, like when you dial the beam to make the beam angle larger or smaller by pulling the lens closer and farther away from it.
Actually, their commercial light has it. They had a commercial light at Reef stock that's like, I mean, literally this big. Like it goes 20 feet penetration. They does it on there, but I guess I'll have to ask Brendan or Wendy.
Yeah.
I bet they have a smaller version that does that, or they could make it.
How are you?
I think they do. There's some good stuff that they have out there by Kessel.
Able to get their bigger lights? Is that only through commercial use? Their track lights, the big.
Yeah, it's you got to email them. They do a lot of.
I'm gonna have to do that, because if I ever did do a touch pool tank again, because that's the issue with the touch pool tank is you don't want any light near the surface because you want to be able to access that surface view, and that's that's why I was telling you that mimicking the waves and the way that the tide fluctuates, there's a slack low and a slack high, and that's your viewability during those times. And
top down viewability when it's at slack tide.
And furthermore, you can still turn pumps off or whatever, but you still have circulation pumps, but they're more like closed loop where you might get a small ripple at the surface. But that's not where the anemones want to be, because they want to have a little bit of current, but they don't want to get blasted. That's during that surge. You know, that calming period, that's like their feeding time. You know, that's where the waves bring all the food in, the waves go out, and then they're eating and they're digesting, and, you know, cycle repeats.
So check this out. So actually, I'll show you something first. So Jake had, let's see if I can even show you over here. Jesus. There's also Kessel track lights there.
Oh, okay.
They're like the freshwater, like Amazon Sun Spectrum, and they're bigger than the A500X. So I talked to them, and I'm gonna do like a mangrove, like lagoon style type of tank. I'm gonna do track lighting there too. So they're sending me a mix of like Amazon Sun and the Tuna Blue. But if you email them, like any consumer, I believe, can get this. I think it's pricey, but they can hardwire it in over there.
Is that the 350X or whatever it is?
It's bigger than that. It's like a commercial light that has more output. But like, look what they emailed me. They have a rendering. They have a heat map with the PAR, speculative PAR.
Yeah. They got a bunch of that. You can find it on their website if you go through like the displays where they talk about like the lights that they use at Google or at Amazon for the living walls and stuff. You can find some of that information in there too. It's good stuff.
Yeah. So it's this KSL 9000. Whatever model that is, that's like their commercial model. But
so are you going with the red mangroves, the ones that don't get as much salt buildup on the leaves?
I don't know what speed. It's whatever ones Jake had. They're still.
You still have them going.
They're alive. Cool. So they're in the freshwater tank right now, hanging out, as you can see.
Is it going to be? So you can't get the same brain corals we used to be able to get, but are you going to do like Lobos and some other things to kind of get close to the Florida Caribbean biotope?
Yeah, like that's it. So I was going to do like a full-on Caribbean biotope in like one of the peninsulas and make it true. This one I think will be less like actual biotope of like, this one's more of like a fun tank, like a concept tank. So I don't know if I'll do like Caribbean biotope, but I think it'll be whatever.
You should do a big fucking carpet anemone and just a harem of clownfish in it. And then you've got your you know, your mangroves in there, and then get some kind of a schooling fish, a smaller schooling fish like chroma species veering in and out of them.
I was thinking chromis or some of like the pygmy purple anthias or something like that, maybe. And then I just want to I was thinking corals that look better under white light, so maybe have like a pink bird's nest in there, maybe have like an organ tort in there. It would be a traditional mixed reef, which I don't like, but it would be white light. It's different scape. I'm going to have a video out next week at Unique Corals. So Joe Caparata did a similar tank to this where it was sloped sand. He had clams, he had mangroves in it. But this one will have adult mangroves. So just put
it kind of makes me think of Julian's outdoor pond.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. Like I'm going to throw whatever in there. It's not
what else?
biotope.
You know what else it reminds me of is when I was in Maui and I was at the aquarium and they have that outdoor aquarium that it rains in and it has the mangroves. And I think that all that they had in that tank was those giant cushion starfish.
That'd be cool.
That's cool.
You know?
I was thinking upside down jellyfish.
Dude, the last time when I took my kids on vacation down to the Florida Keys, we were down there and we went snorkeling around an area where the whole alcove area was mangroves, but the whole open area just upside down jellies everywhere. And then underneath the roots of the mangroves was all these urchins.
I got a really good one. If you were able to utilize a tub with a real fast-growing acro like green slimer, grow it out, I mean massive, and you did a tank. It's Stuart talking about
getting
it was just pygmy spotted filefish and crown of thorns starfish.
So I want
a crown only eats acroporas. Yes.
I want a crown of thorns, but not just to keep one. It is perfect for coral disease experiments. So I can't replicate. I've tried for years. I finally got a process down, which that'll be when I talk about it. But for years, I was not able to cause like RTN or brown jelly to manifest in corals. Like the disease is not horizontally transmissible. Like I would take hammers. I sliced them in half. I just like with a razor blade, just brutalized them. Left it open, added 10 milliliters of jelly I grew, never got infected. But most of the coral disease studies will use crown of thorns starfish because their bites will carry Vibrio, and they're like a vector. It's like a little injection of the pathogens.
Spreading it.
Yes.
Now
I can grow one to do Vibrio experiments.
That would be crazy cool. Like
that they utilize themselves, or are they just carriers? Like
they're just like I don't know. They might utilize them because Vibrio are like really good nutrient cyclers. They'll live where like there's healthy populations of Vibrio and coral and like everywhere. So I think it's just kind of like an endemic. It's almost like the secondary bacterial infections you'll get if like a lizard bites you or something like that. It's just whatever is growing in their mouth, so to speak. So they're like a carrier, but it's natural to them.
They're the Komodo dragon of the ocean.
Yes, pretty much. Yeah. That's what I was thinking, Komodo dragon. Yeah.
So you better get the crown of thorns quick because as the corals bleach out, they're probably not
going to starve. Dude, Top Shelf Aquatics got one in, and Corey. I don't know if you know Corey there. I forgot his last name starts with an E, and I was like, dude, I'll pay for it. He's like, no, I'm keeping it in my tank. I'm like, God damn,
man,
this is for science.
Is there something other than coral that they'll feed off of?
I don't know. Maybe. If so, that would be much better than having to grow. I mean, I'm going to have to, like green slimer probably.
Now, where are you going to put the fire urchins?
I'm going to have to think about that. I am going to have an entire area of things that can kill me. So I was talking to
some hellfire anemones in there.
Yes, I'm going to do a bunch of hellfires. I really want to do them. I love them. I really love them. I'm going to do an ear kanji. Probably get one from Japan. Nice. Australia.
Yeah.
I want to do an electric eel because I've always wanted to keep one of those.
Yeah, they're
just
neat.
A tank with some paligrandus, some cone snails. That's what I want. I want a corner of that just right over there.
Just with lots of plausible deniability, just in case.
Yes, that's the goal. I want like a stack of tanks, like a rack, and like, all right, this one can kill you this way, this one can kill you this way, this one can kill you this way, and then just like.
Oh, hey, look. Did you freeze it here? I was like, did you freeze on that one?
I'll remove you. There you go. We're back to where you both wanted to be in one frame.
We should have done this the whole time. Oh, yeah.
I guess that, you both had earbuds at first, but now it works out.
That's true. This probably would have been just as easy.
I don't know if I'll actually do the area that can kill me, but I like the idea of it. I'll do hellfires for sure. I love those.
They're like one of the most beautiful routines, and I love them. I remember when they used to come in quite a bit. and I was able to get one time, but I think I had a crash. I was doing a small, like, 10-gallon aquarium, and it was satellite tank, and somehow the flow got cut off, and just, I was back in the metal halide days, and I think I knew everything.
That sucks.
Yeah, but trials and tribulations.
Yeah, that's how it is. There's still some super actinic VHO bulbs here, the JCat.
That's
I really want to just get them running. I feel like it's a waste if I don't.
I've heard so many people, especially the old school guys, talking about going back to them for certain things, and we've even talked about it too. There's just this, I don't know, unless we were able to get something like that high output Kessel, there's something to be said about that 400 to 1,000 watt metal halide. I mean, especially those old bulbs, that we used to get with that spectrum that was kind of prior to heavy actinic, where it still had the pop of the actinic. Because it's not that we have to utilize certain,
like the Ushio,
yeah,
12,000 Kelvin or something like that.
Yeah, there were certain ones that I remember that were phenomenal, and I don't think they've really been that recreated, because I think the actinic saturation is just such a fad right now that people have lost.
Well, I even love the double-ended HQI boards when they started miniaturizing those. And like,
Oh yeah,
I did a nano tank that was like 20 gallons that ran dual, like 75 watt HQIs on. And it was like ridiculous.
I'm going to do HQI. Giesman, actually, they're trying to expand a lot. They started manufacturing tanks that are super nice. You can customize like the door panels to have like leather doors and stuff, like super catering to the European market. But they just came to the U.S. market, I think, like last month. I think Aperture distributes them, or I think, I don't remember. But I reached out to them, and they actually are still manufacturing HQI bulbs. So they're sending me brand new fixtures and just like 1 billion bulbs. So I'm gonna still run some halides.
Are you able to vent outdoors?
Yeah. I'm working with another company right now. I'm trying to finalize something with them, where I'm gonna have some air exchange type stuff working. Yeah.
Because I remember that was a game changer the first time I was able to vent one with the fan system, like basically what they were using to grow weed. I mean, that was essentially what it was,
That's what this company does. And I'm like, they also do hydroponics. And I'm like, hey, this is what I do. I think this has use in this.
I need some of your lights and I need some of your chillers.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, that's the hidden secret when people are always like, well, one of the big things has always been with temperate keeping is like, I can't afford a chiller. And it's like, well, you're in luck, because that whole entire ice plunge fad has dropped off the map, and there's a ton of used chillers right now on the market. Just like the marijuana
housing
chiller
prices, the endless shrimp fest.
Yeah.
Well, even the cost of brand new chillers has dramatically come down, because it's like in the past it was like this like secret, and then I don't know what changed with the import or export costs, but all the chillers were being made in China anyways, but then they were just being sent here and rebranded. But now they're just being direct shipped. So people used to have to bring in huge shipments, cover the costs, get them here, rebrand them, and then resell them to recover their costs. Now they're just like, the last one I got was like a no-name brand, 1/10 horsepower direct ship from Amazon that came straight from China. And I'm like, and it was $200.
Well, we still have to give a shout out to Manny over at JBJ, because
when it comes to quality,
that company is, man, for the U.S. And now that you were talking Teco, I mean that's the Cadillac. I mean,
Ferrari.
The Ferrari, the Italiano.
I'll probably get both, because I like Manny a lot too. I finally met him this Reef stock. He's a cool guy, so I'll probably try everything.
He backs everything. I was
going to say, what's even better than that then is then you can do side by side comparisons on quality of the fillers. See, JBJ, Teco, Amazon Basic. Like,
well,
the 3 different cold water tanks.
The nice thing about having Manny around and JBJ is that, when we were getting our chillers from him, anytime we had an issue, I think I got a brand new chiller one time and the head unit was out. It was like got it in the mail. It's already sent. Don't worry about it. You don't have to pay nothing. And everything is plug and play. The whole head unit came right out. It's just a quick disconnect, back in order, and they stand by their product. And I don't think we've ever had one fail. I think the only thing that's gone awry with them is the temp probe, which is easily replaced, or bypassing it.
Or just gotten hot wired and then ran into a reef keeper. I mean, whatever.
But no, Manny's been the shit. He did. They sponsored us quite a few times at a lot of trade shows.
Yeah.
Gave us free chillers. Let us keep them afterwards.
It's what, Arctica, right? Is it what it is?
Yeah,
Arctica.
the Arctica.
Okay, I have used up that.
It's so good they've never had to change it. I don't think it's ever changed. I think it is damn near the same chiller for the last 2+ decades.
We had the big boys at the Petco I worked at. There was a chiller. There was a Central Arctica chiller.
Now, Stu's rocking a one horse over here.
Yeah, big Eco Plus. Everybody asks me, they're like, "Why do you have one of those mini split AC units on your fish tank?" I'm like, it's basically the same thing, but it just runs water.
So one thing to know about it is that redundancy is huge. Like I run 2 heaters in my tropical tank. I have 2 150 watt Jaegers, and I run them in tandem on an Inkbird. And same thing with what we do. Having a backup chiller is key. I mean, like I said, I've never had a JBJ fail, but if you got the money, even if you could get one used, one new, you can loop them together because they're just passive flow through, and you can offset the temperatures. So even if you had a really hot day and the chiller was struggling, the second one's coming in, but if one completely failed and you had the set points right, the next one kicks in.
I mean, that's your primary life support. That makes a lot of sense.
It's like not having battery backups on your Reef system. I mean, I invested in a one of those I don't know what you call them, those all-in-one. It's basically a lithium-ion car battery.
Yes, yeah.
Those plug-in. I think it's Blue Eddy. I think it's the company. Yeah, I bought one of their $1,000 plus ones. It's like, I can't remember. It's like 1,800 watt or something. It'll run my tank for a solid almost 2 days.
Yeah, there's a new company called EcoFlow that's got really, really competitively priced ones. Also, like Westlake or like Ace Hardware has their own brand of them too now, and they're all like $400 or $500, $250 to $500. They've really come down in price.
I'm surprised Ecotech didn't come out with the Tesla of batteries and just have like an Ecotech battery that's able to just come on when you lose power.
They have battery backup, but they just never.
Oh no, I mean one that your main power's plugged into it, kind of like like for your house, so when it knows your power, your main power source is out, it just kicks it right on,
Yeah.
Like Ecotech, come on, you can do it.
Yep. Yep. No comment. Yep.
Just give it to him first to test out.
Oh man. Yeah.
So yeah, we're flying to Denver. We're gonna hang out with you probably for a week.
It sounds like we're probably gonna need a week.
Yeah, well, we're gonna have to have drinks. That's gonna be one day.
All right.
Solid
Right.
at least
Have you been to the studio? Did you ever come here?
I was not able to because I think it was right when he first was starting it, so I never got to see it.
This wall, right on the other side, is a brewery. It's
Nice.
like
I don't do much beer. I do stouts, but
they've got really good. That's what they've got. That's what they're best at. They've got like 15 to 20% stouts.
You get me a shot of whiskey and an oatmeal stout, and we're good to go.
I've got the bourbon here. They've got stouts over there that are damn near 20%. There's a Thai food truck.
Well, we need to start off and kick off this trend with Reef Builders, because you need to get out in the ocean and actually show people on film what they're missing out on.
This is a whole video. It's the setup part of that. I'll do the chiller comparison, and then it's diving and showing the collection, and then bringing it back.
I think working with us is a good start, because it might take a little bit to pull the strings to get out to some of these other places, but
oh yeah, I'm not going to Indo for like 2 years probably. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
100%.
but I mean, what a trip, you know. Like I've only talked to the people, but there's something to be said about those guys out there because what we were doing was on our schedule and our time, and two of us, and those guys are doing it 24/7 nonstop.
Yeah.
I mean, it must be. I mean, because we were diving enough as it is, and I'll tell you what, it's not an easy gig, especially when you don't have help. I mean, when it's just two of you, you know.
We got pretty good at maximizing our output when it came to doing. Like, I would get all of the NOAA tide table predictions for the next year. Go through and highlight all of the potential low tides that hit on, like weekends or 3-day weekends and that kind of stuff, and figure out where and what and when we could collect based on seasonality. Like that. It worked out pretty
We
good.
also we also started putting a database together of exactly what times of the year and where we could collect every specimen to utilize our time. So there was times of the year where it was like, well, we're not getting out there, we can't get it, or or it's something like the pipefish that were prevalent in our area. The northern until springtime, the northern pipefish aren't going to be there. Stuff like that. So
I really want to get cold water corals, like hard corals. Like
so he's got one right now.
You have one.
Yeah. So he's got.
So that's actually a very easy one to get because you can buy it directly. You can get coral. You can get some cold water livestock from. I can't remember the name of the place. It's a marine biological supply company that's based out of Woods Hole, but I think at University of Chicago or something like that. You just have to give them a little bit of information.
There's some that we can collect legally that are not. So basically, like when we did the coral article, they were very adamant at first because they were like, we wanted to talk about the coral, and they're like, well, all temperate water coral is protected under NOAA, and we're like, yes, all reef building coral, but all of the tidal solitary corals, and we have a few that we can actually collect when we're in Oregon with you and show them to you because they're very, very prevalent and they're awesome. I think one of them is a form of what was the coral? It was a stylophore. Yeah, it was a purple encrusting stylophore, and there was also an orange. It was another coral species that's I got it on the tip of my tongue, but there was an orange one that spreads out and actually gets little peaks that come off of it like an acro. It just doesn't grow consistent. There's also the cup corals.
Yeah,
they're basically like a coral building sun coral, like a tubastria, but with a coral base. And they can be bought to the Devonshire cup coral if you want to pull it up.
Yeah, I was trying to find pictures, Devon.
Yeah, so Devonshire cup coral is out of Ireland and up into Spain and Portugal, and Flying Sharks EDU sells them along with their Coronactus, which is Coronactus. What's the Coronactus? Yeah, Coronactus viridis is also up there too, but it's not a coral. But so that's a very.
That's a poster.
Actually, I just got a message from a commercial fisherman that he pulled up like a half dozen Halcurius anemones that are white with neon mouths. They're similar to the Japanese Halcurius anemones that are the bioluminescent ones.
Yeah, I want some of those.
So they're found off the coast here.
Yeah, they're just out here off the coast of New Jersey.
Yeah,
I was like, I had no clue. I'm like, seriously? He's like, oh yeah.
Yeah, we originally were going to bring in the Suruga Bay Halcurius anemones, the bright greens and the pinks. It wasn't.
There's pink ones.
Yeah, they come in like two color variants.
They popped up through the.
But
they're still like that.
But
it wasn't through Koji Wobbe. It was through Kazu over at Kazu Trading Co.
Yeah.
Up there. He's basically he does more temperate water than anything. And I think the majority of his stuff actually comes out of Suruga Bay. So he was like, when we were bringing in stuff for biologists, there's a guy down in California named Kurt Owenthank, and he wanted Washington. He wanted him and Lloyd Trueblood, who was another cephalopod expert, wanted these vampiric. They're not a cuttlefish or a bobtail. They're a squid.
Yeah, they were Japanese pygmy squid. It was Idioscepius paradoxicus, and they're itty bitty. They're like maybe a half an inch or an inch long, and they live in seagrass beds. They secrete this mucus that sucks them to it, and then they lay all their eggs on the seagrass bed. And it's like, but they're tiny. Yeah, it's like
We brought in quite a few of them.
Just
We actually,
crazy stuff.
it was awesome too because they gave us pictures of the collectors where they're collecting it, and like they look like the little pails you give your kids at the beach,
Yeah,
like with the sand shovel. And that's how they're in the same area that the lungfish are coming
in the seagrass.
So, but Suruga Bay is a very interesting bay because it brings in warm waters from southern Japan. So there's actually Acropora deep water with little light. It doesn't seem like it gets hit with a lot of light. That actually grows in partial times of the year in like 50-something degree water.
Yeah.
And it's a true Acropora. And we tried to bring it in. It just
that's not legal, I don't think. Is it no hardcore?
I think it's protected. I think it's protected because we were trying, and it's also deep. It's not surface. Like if you look at pictures and the diver is down at it looking up, it looks like it's 20 feet down or so.
Yeah.
And it's a green, it looks like a green hue to it, but it's hard to tell because the water's murky. You know, so I don't know. You'd have to look it up. If you looked up Suruga Bay Acropora coral, you could probably find it. Japanese Suruga Bay Acropora. But it's neat finding this stuff because, you know, there's also acans in Tasmania that are temperate too.
What?
Yeah, there's some
Actually,
acans.
I've got a buddy that lived in New Zealand. There's a guy that has a temperate tank there. That's
So you can't export from New Zealand.
They have the most amazing Coronactus. The fish out there.
If you look up Coronactus australis, it's the New Zealand Coronactus. It's absolutely insanity. They also have triple fin species of fish that are basically like almost like masked gobies, and they have their own look to them. They have a shape to them, kind of like a goby, but a different facial structure. But they come in like 300 different colors over there. They're called a triple fin from New Zealand.
Yeah, these Coronactus are crazy from Australia.
Look up the New Zealand triple fin. I mean, there's stuff in New. We tried New Zealand, but the only export they have is for commercial stuff like tuna and food grade items. So they have, and they're like
down there.
Yeah,
and they can't bring in it.
So they're like Hawaii. They can't keep any non-native species.
Are these like the red guys?
All those different colorations.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing is there's probably 5 or 6 colorations of just Coronactus in that area. Wow. And then the same thing with the Coronactus viridis, which occurs in the northern hemisphere near all of Europe. And then the weird one is the Coronactus californicus is on the west coast of the U.S., which is mostly red, orange, and pink hues.
And then we have a Coronactus species here on the east coast that's more white.
Well, and that's the crazy thing is I don't know what that one is. The guy,
yeah, we don't even know what species
I think
it
it's
is.
Invasive Coronactus viridis that's out here, but like that would make sense with the beadlets and the other invasive stuff from Europe.
I looked at the triple fin.
Popping it up.
Oh, did it not? Oh, I have to completely share to the next tab. That's really stupid. I can't just take that screen wherever I want. There we go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, look at all the colorations.
Yeah. They're so cool.
And they were manic fish too.
Yeah, they're itty bitty. That's the best part.
Yeah, so they remind me a lot of like the fish that ORA's been working with, those little gobies, like the mask goby and the like tiger stripe gobies. But like, look at the color just in the eyes. That fish has got blue and yellow eyes.
It kind of reminds me of like a little Catalina. I mean, different, but like, you know.
But I think they're just endemic to that area. I don't know if there's any crossovers.
Look at all that.
Things elsewhere, but nothing like
Yeah, if you really want to get crazy, look up that they have a lot of temperate water outside of Australia. They're a pipe fish. They're called the ghost pipe fish. And I think Richard Ross was trying to bring them in for a while, or did bring them in, but there are temperate water species of those.
Here's the Reef Builders article.
So there's some that are found around Tasmania that I think they're black though.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's down that way, and the other things that are similar, just like
that's crazy.
Yeah, so the same area that you find the handfish they've been breeding now to repopulate. that's where you'd be looking for the temperate water animals. That all around Perth.
Australian bite, like from Perth all the way east, all along the southern coast of Australia to Tasmania.
Yeah, so Carnes Marine brings in a fair share, but our friend Steve McLeod, he was the one that we were doing all the farm raised weedy sea dragons, and he also works with the leafies. He'd been talking to us about some of the temperate water corals over there, so that could be something in the future. I think Steve McLeod's been gunning at us going to visit him there.
Quality Marine works.
Yeah, so it would. Yeah, so yeah, he brings in through Quality Marine,
That's
but
what they got all those boxes.
yeah, it'd be really nice to go.
Quality, and I know Lyle from Kansas, so that's
Yeah, so Steve's doing the flame boxes. He's doing the ornates. He's doing the what else is he working with? He did the flames, the ornates, and the Shaws.
Yeah, Shaw's boxes.
And we brought all of them.
Are the temperate corals legal there for collection?
I would assume so, because I don't think they've been. I think they're in a portion where they're not super accessible. I want to say they're like, I can't remember. They're like in that Tasmanian Sea area. And I think they're a crossover, and that's why I was wondering for the longest time if some of the ACANs that people were having difficulty keeping early on that you don't really see in the hobby anymore were actually subtropical ACANs, and just we fried them. Because there were some ACANs I remember early on in the trade that were coming in that I don't know if they're even around anymore. They were like, I think solid green or something. Finding out information on temperate Tasmanian and certain areas that the animal life is hard.
Diver using iNaturalist, using sightings by divers that things they find on iNaturalist. Once you find a scientific name, you can go back and find observational data.
So yeah, if you've
seen them in the wild, that's great for diagnosing where the species occurs as far as the seas and the temperatures, versus just relying on like, this name coincides with this area. It's like you can be like, this is an observational data of somebody who took this photo in this location at this time at this temperature. You can get more info.
Yeah, I think if you went on there,
we should show people iNat if they don't know how it works, because this is
I think if you went to the Tasman Sea area and did a broad search just for corals, it'll populate something, and you can kind of get an idea of what they have to offer out there. Same thing with anemones. There's a few anemone species out there that are, there's everything. It's just,
more importantly, circling back, you said that Justin's in Ecuador. That's not very far from Peru.
That's what I commented. I'm like, I know someone in Ecuador.
Yeah.
On your Peru species.
You get down there.
He is not going to be interested in that at all.
No, I think if you're being sarcastic, then I agree. But if you're not, I think he would be.
No, I think if we hit him up and paid for the expedition, he would be all about it.
Well, that's the thing. As soon as I can get confirmation that they can be harvested and exported legally, like, I'm buying a ticket. Like,
we'll talk off the thing.
Well,
there's something.
That's part of that's one of the other nice things about being involved in the hobby how we are, is that we can utilize funds with our business to do things like that. Like when we were diving, that's what paid for everything: our boat, our dive gear. It would be nice to utilize some of the cash. I mean, we both do things on the side, for work, so it's not like funds are a problem at this point.
All we need is one company that is interested in growing cold water that would like to Manny from JBJ, do you hear us? We need to go to Ecuador.
Yeah.
We might sell you more chillers if we do.
Well, it's just like that old movie Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come.
They will come.
So, and they're there.
Demand.
I mean, they're there. We've been, ever since we shut down Cold Water Marine Aquatics, I can't tell you that a day or a week's gone by without somebody hitting me up for something serious. I mean, I just got hit up for weedy sea dragons the other day. Wow. And we were propped to be direct importers for them to take over some of the U.S. sides and stuff like that. But everything, it's all like you're building Reef Builder Studio back up. I got to build up Cold Water Marine Aquatics again. It's going to take a while, but once it happens, it'll be a lot easier to take these trips, do these things. Right now, I couldn't go to Lima and not be able to bring those back and have a system to throw them in.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew Stowe will throw him in. He'll throw him all in his tank, but I need to be able to. I need to be like you, where I can isolate these animals in individual places to give them what they need to be able to keep them here, because we're not going to be able to go there every year.
Yeah.
So
no, it'll be a one.
Yeah, it'd be
brood stock. And
yeah.
grow them out.
And there's what's the other anemone species you wanted to bring from over there? They call it the lobed anemone.
Lobed anemone.
Look up a lobed anemone.
It's, I posted it on Facebook. It's the one that has the symbiotic anemone crab, the porcelain crab.
That looks like a strawberry.
That was insanity.
Just post up the lobed anemone, and you give people an idea of what we're thinking. Because now we want to just import. So, like, I'm going to redo my import.
All that's coming up. Or there's this guy?
Right there, the orange and blue.
Oh, what the hell?
All those colors. Those are all color morphs.
That bright purple.
I've never seen anything like that.
It's the rock flower anemone of that area.
It looks like an actual flower meets like a like those.
Now look up the lobed anemone porcelain crab.
Yeah, I think it's called a Chilean porcelain crab, and it lives in that anemone. I found pictures of them symbiotically, or at least once. I don't know if it's symbiotically. It's probably just opportunistic, but
that looks like it's in one. Maybe I can't tell.
Yep, right there. That I think it's
like orange tiger stripe. Actually,
there's a blue one.
Yeah, the one that was. Yeah, the one that was on the. I wish I had the scientific name in front of me, but it was. It's that one that's on the one. Yep, yeah, Chilean anemone crab, the one that's like orange and black tiger striped on its legs.
There's better ones though.
Yeah,
that are like completely.
If you grab that scientific.
Yeah, if you grab that scientific name and throw it in.
Yep.
There's ones that are absolutely just black and red stained like crazy.
Let me copy paste it from the iNet.
But the variability is what's cool, because I mean,
and there's anemones alone.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there we go. That's one.
So they might change their color to match the anemone, because that one's with a yellow anemone and it's yellow.
That one's on a green. Oh yeah, I guess it's getting green. I guess you're right.
There you go.
That's pretty cool. Oh man, that's like super specific. Like,
what's nutty about these is these are found in like less than 10 feet of water.
Oh really?
Yeah, they're just along the shoreline.
That could be your haven someday.
10-minute drive to the coast from the Lima airport.
Yeah, I was like, yeah. And all the other ones, the blue ones, the crazy thing with those other, I can't remember the scientific name for those ones now. I'm drawing a blank. But the blue anemones, also there was
the blue one comes in like three.
It's a Phimactis papillosa, something like that, papillosoma. But they were blue, green, red, and
there it is.
green with red tentacles.
The one on the furthest right.
Yeah,
right there.
Is that the sea anemone? Yeah, probably. It's a Phimactis papillosoma. That might have been the orange one. I can't remember which species it is, but
you got to try to find a Latin name. It's just this is like
a
stock image.
Yeah. No.
This probably just agrees with me.
Jump on my Facebook profile and scroll down about like 5 posts. It's probably in there somewhere.
Okay, I'll try to find it on Facebook.
Yeah.
Facebook, Stu. If it'll load.
This? Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Where is it?
A little wheel around show.
I think people are going to be so confused by this podcast because I like started upstairs.
Oh, I see you post about the porcelain crabs.
Yeah.
They're on here. Here's I have there's the picture of the closed one on your Facebook. Remember, this is when I initially saw it. I was like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Blue guy.
Yeah, there's all the color morphs right there.
Yeah, that's great. Those are all intertidal, so those are exposed at low tide. Like they grow on the docks and the rocks just right off the shore. And there's been, as far as I can tell, there's been one exported in the last 20 years.
Yeah, Steve Weiss had it.
Steve Weiss had it. And I don't even know how he got it. Like, I've heard rumors of it, but it's like...
His came didn't come from there, though. His came from Chile.
Yeah, his came from further south in Chile.
So, like, Argentina? Like, what?
We just heard Chile, because if you think about it, Chile has every climate zone.
Yeah.
They have mountain range with snow. then it goes down to a hot desert, to a jungle, and then cliff and temperate water.
Well, the problem,
penguins.
Yeah, the problem with the Chilean coast all the way down, even when you get down to the southern fjords and stuff, is that it's not accessible. It's not accessible, and it's not populated. Whereas, then I found the farthest northern reach of those anemones is closer to Peru.
High naturals.
Yeah, and I'm like, there you go. I'm like, that makes sense. Like, they reach that far. And funny enough, you can find that same anemone that's blue. It's in the red colorations. Those occur all the way across the equator into the Sea of Cortez.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, but only the red ones. The blue ones don't occur on the other side of the
those
equator.
maybe in a reef tank.
Yeah,
Like
well, that's the crazy thing. There's a big gap. It's like they occur closer into the Sea of Cortez, but not in the equatorial zone. And then they occur from just the northern part of Peru all the way south. So they don't like very warm water.
They evolved when there was before a polar shift or something.
Exactly.
Crazy.
There's some sort of species divergence there just based on the temperature. So it keeps them. They either branched off or there was one coloration that only made it. It could be as simple as something like they were invasive at one point, the way that these green beadlets I got are, because the other side of the Atlantic, there's 5 colors of beadlets that occur intertidally, but these ones are just green ones in New Jersey now because they came on blue and green because they came on a ship probably and somebody sailed over.
Oh, I just popped in my head. The anemone we were getting from, which is funny because Joey has them in his tropical tank. Is the Lorca anemones from Australia are actually temperate water / subtropical anemones. Yeah. But since he keeps them in his tropical tank, I think they just freaking brood out like crazy because when you put them under stress, they just release babies over and over again.
What was the name of the company they used to sell something?
They came in through. Oh, it was his ex.
I can't remember the name of the company.
Laura Beinelhammer. I fucking butchered her name.
Anyways, they ran when they did propagation and
they used
to sell them as cherry anemones.
Reef Gin used to operate out of this facility, and they used to sell the Waratah anemones. They were also selling captive bred chain sharks.
Oh yeah,
which the chain shark is one of the smallest sharks in the world. It's not quite as small as a lantern shark. It maxes out at under 2 feet, I believe.
Yeah, they're like
18 inches. They're solitary. They live on sand beds and rocky structures. They don't move much. But what's cool about them is they literally bioluminesce if you put them under actinic lighting.
Glowfish shark, man. That's
and they breed easily in captivity. Very easily.
Most public aquariums have them.
But they don't breed until they hit the 8-year mark or something. And their longevity too, because they're cold. Yeah. But they can climb in temperature. I think Joe is keeping them at different temperatures for different people, so you could buy them at 50 degrees all the way up to low 70s.
Well, they're another weird one that they occur all the way down the coast of the U.S., but they just occur deeper and deeper because they stick to the cooler waters as they go further and closer to the equator. But up north, people pull them up in their lobster pots by accident.
Oh, so, really?
Yeah, or they get their eggs all over the lobster pots if they stay down.
But they're something that we were wanting to offer in the hobby for the people that do want to feed sharks, because we did bring in a lot of sharks from California, like the swell sharks, the horn sharks, guitar fish. I mean, we're bringing, but you're talking massive stuff that you got to have 1,000-gallon tanks for them to be happy. But this is a solitary shark that doesn't like to move a lot.
Bottom shark too.
So you can keep it in very small tanks. I think under 200 gallons, 150. I mean, it doesn't take much. And they grow super slow. So if you were to get them as a juvenile, you're talking about a shark that probably won't max out for 8 years to reach adulthood.
20 long, baby.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just trying to offer up different things for different people. Some people have that shark fantasy. We sold sharks to a guy. We sold sharks to a guy. Yeah, we sold sharks to a guy in Chicago. His name was Brandon. And he had, when I went to visit him in Chicago after we sold him these sharks, he had put a swimming pool, one of the ones that has viewing glass in the sides, in his basement. And it was filled with sharks. He had leopard sharks. He had they were all cold water sharks, but they were massive. Some of them were like 4.5, 5 feet long.
Dude, that's like some Dr. Evil levels. Like
Dude,
literally
seriously. And for a business, he was like a contractor that did snow plowing in the winter. And you walk into this beautiful home he had, would never think the guy would be even into reef tanks. Walk downstairs and he has a goddamn shark tank. And I mean a pool, shark pool. Like you could get in it and swim. He had a custom built bioreactor from what's that German company?
Probably Deltec.
No, not Deltec. The ones that do all the pumps. The Eheim. Eheim built him a custom bioreactor that was like 6 feet tall that he was using for his bacteria.
I don't even know that Eheim did custom work.
Was it Eheim that did it?
I never got to see it.
I think it was Eheim. Maybe it wasn't Eheim.
I believe it. I don't know. Yeah, Eheim's, yeah.
If I had contact with him, I'd ask him, but I don't think we've talked to him in years. But he was featured on TV with it.
Dude,
There was Blue Zoo Aquatics. Yeah, Blue Zoo Aquatics did an episode on him, just him. Like massive freaking Shark Tank. Like I didn't really want to even tell people I sold it. I thought he was like, had like a massive tank, and I go over there and it's literally like one of those swimming pools that you put in your backyard.
Yeah.
But he fit it in his massive house, like on the carpet.
On the carpet.
It was
How
the
did his
carpeted
wife not
basement.
kill him? That's crazy. That's
Carpeted basement. Oh yeah. It was like
hardwoods on
it's shit you can't make up. Like just when you thought you saw it all,
Dude, I didn't know. I keep thinking now. Those warthog anemones. I didn't know they were fine and tropical. I want to get some of those.
Well, they're subtropical.
Yeah.
So they're Australian. They occur in the same areas as the boxfish. These animals thrive in cooler temperatures, but it doesn't mean you can't bring them up. I think the boxfish would do just as well in 62-degree water as it would in 55, 56-degree water.
Yeah.
They can. It seems like subtropical animals seasonally can swing depending on what they like. Not like these aren't tropical strays. They're staying in the same area. It's just the variability in Australia is very strange.
Yeah.
The fact that you can go right around the corner to the Tasmanian Sea and be complete temperate and then go just a couple miles upshore, it kind of reminds me a lot of Japan or that tropical divide between California and Mexico, but different currents, like California and Mexico has a downward current coming from Alaska. The East Coast is the opposite coming up from Florida. So it's like, everywhere you go, you get these different ebb and flows, things are different. Like in California, the passer angels and the other angel species over the clarions come up with the warm water during the summer and go down with the cooler water. So they're kind of seasonal in certain areas. But
man.
Is it a lot to take in?
Dude, yeah, I'm just like I feel like you've given me too much information now because
it's
now
fucking. Do you know what it is? It's because me and Stu live these isolated lives now, where we only get to talk to each other, and our wives have nothing to do with this shit, other than slightly backing us up. Like, yes, you can have the fish tank.
Yeah.
But being able to talk nerd and science, we only get these outlets. Like I'll call Jordan Knoll up every once in a while just to shoot the shit, just to hear somebody talk about reefs.
Well, I gave when I first moved out here, one of the local reef clubs that I joined invited me out to talk to them about keeping temperate tanks, and I did like way overboard. Like I did the full like digital presentation, like probably every photograph I've ever taken of anything with an explanation, and like you could see people just like, okay.
I just got to see you, bro.
I think we've got at this point 3 or 4 different like complete like packs that we can get at this point. Like
I'm just thinking, it's like I'm not turned off by it. I'm just like,
no, it's like
planning one cold water tank, and now I'm planning more than one cold water.
Yeah,
tank.
and that's usually the result.
No. Satellite tanks don't count. That's still one.
That's
tank.
one system.
That's one system.
Dude,
Don't get the shit twisted. That's one tank.
I I physically had enough space to fit one cold water tank, but now I have the desire to fit more. And I have a problem solved.
Hey, just like at my house, you can't go on the floor, you go on the wall, baby.
Yeah, I got to go vertical with it. How am I going to do this? I'll figure it out. Maybe I'll keep like lump suckers in like the sump or something, and like it's a each one's a satellite tank, multiple sumps underneath.
Each one's a biotope.
Each one's a biotope. Oh man. Yeah, maybe it's like I'll figure it out.
So hear me out. So you know the
have you heard of a whale shark?
So like I thought about this a long time ago. Either thicker acrylic customized system for like what local fish stores do in the multi-fish tanks that go up in divided systems, but you just have it insulated and then you run a single chiller off of it and then you have multiple. I was going to do that for a holding system, but then we couldn't find anything that could insulate the entirety of it well enough. But if you're going that route and you have custom acrylic or you have well insulated systems, then you don't have to have a bunch of individually isolated or insulated systems. You just have one large one that's divided. Then you have separation of. It
would be hard to recreate the biotope.
The biotope aspect of it makes it tougher. It depends on how well the holding system together is. Like in eons past, I used to dream of doing like the vertical systems like that Petco has, but then refined to be individualized biotope.
If you're going to get serious here, what you're going to do is
we're already talking about a damn satellite system with a bioreactor.
Things we talked about only utilize the drop-off tank, so it goes from sand to rock to drop-off. So all your MPS is on the drop-off, going to deeper water, and then you just recreate the whole goddamn thing in one tank. I mean, that's what the drop-off tank. That's what the drop-off tank was made for. And there's only a few people that did it right. I saw a guy that did Reef crest that went down to Tubastria and different MPS, and I think he put, if I remember right, in the bottom, because he built the tank. In the bottom of it, I believe it had tube anemones, and he had a school of Anthias. I don't know if you've seen this tank. It was glass, and he did it out of multiple panels. It was one of the first ones I ever saw. This is an old system. I think it came out, and I think it was featured and stuff too. I don't know if it was in Coral Magazine, but the tank was the Reef crest to the drop-off pouring. So it actually, but he glued the rocks to the glass on the inside, so it literally was the biotope. Like, we've worked with all this. We used to do spray foam custom rock jobs on the back of the tanks, just like in vivariums with the great stuff, coating it. You know, like my new tank, the new Caribbean tank I did, I glued the rocks to the back, painted the back wall black, so it gave me more utilizable space.
Okay, I'm glad someone's done that. I was
so
thinking
silicone.
about that.
So you can glue reef rock right with silicone. The other company that's out there is those ones that do the artificial back. Yeah, the inserts look really good. They do basalt and all sorts of different stuff. And those things just customize, drop in the back of your tank. You know, so you would do the back wall as your reef wall and then add a couple of accent rocks into the tank. Once the anemones and the macros grow on it, it's going to look like you just cut a chunk of the wall off and glued it in your tank. You know, because that's what you want to see when you want to like see a true biotope. You want to be able to look in the tank and lose all the edges. You want to, it's like putting on the goggles and looking into the water. Like, that's what you're looking for. You could lose, because I mean, like, what we all would want is like a suspended body of water with nothing, you know, like the Star Trek fish tank.
Yeah. So
you know?
Next up,
you need to do that next.
You got to do anti-gravity. You have to spend the
All right.
in the air.
We're gonna unify quantum mechanics with temporary relativity.
Chill.
Hey, it's going to be a MacGyver job, but with the chewing gum, rubber bands, and that centrifuge, you can create everything.
We've got the centrifuge. We've got stouts at a Thai food truck. We've got.
You could do a mini CERN reactor or something.
It's going to be like a hydrogen collider, and everybody's just going to go, all right. Now just hear me out. Here we are. Hold on. I got a great idea.
No. What's gonna happen is we're gonna get everything together to make this happen. You guys are gonna show up, and we're gonna have like pizza and beer. You're gonna be like, okay, but what if we just changed it up right now? What if we were what if we were to actually redesign it?
If you come up with the biotope you want to recreate, we can stick with it. It just has to have these variables that set it apart. Doing something as stupid as what I did with that tide pool touch tank, breaking the rocks out of the water, is just like, why wouldn't you do that?
My point is, the problem is I want to do more than one biotope now.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
You're just gonna have to do the satellite.
You now have me getting the bug.
So you just all you need to do is the satellite method. You're gonna have all the tanks centrally located into one refugium, and you could put them all right next to each other. Like what I would do in your case to make it look clean and nice in the studio would be to do one big tank, the satellites matching. If you do an aluminum stand for the big tank, do small aluminum stands for the sides, and just utilize the space within there. Maybe a peninsula that comes out with two tanks on the opposite sides against the wall. So you utilize everything. You know, I mean, I would get crazy with things, but I think that would be your best route. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the peninsula, I'm not sure how I could do the oh yeah, I could.
So the peninsula peninsula with sump tank below, and you could do a viewable sump. So you could do maybe a seagrass, macro algae. Seagrass is always, we've been fans of it. The only problem is it's seasonal.
Yep.
But you know, whatever you want to do, like a macro tank.
I'm trying to think of how to do the surge box closed loop thing still with the peninsula. But like the overflow box got to be halfway up the peninsula.
Well, if you got somebody custom that's able to make the tank, you could do something as simple as, instead of having like a coast to coast, have a box in the back that rises up against the wall that fills up the water and flushes back into the tank.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's so many variations on that. Again, that concept is underutilized, and not a lot of people think outside the box with it.
James
James from Vision Acrylic.
Vision Acrylic in Oregon. He builds surge tanks, cold water tanks for the Oregon.
So there's a name for it, the surge that he does, but basically what it is it's an acrylic. It fits into the side of the tank, and it's built-in acrylic. So it's a box, and it has a pump inside of it that pulls the water in and fluctuates it. And I think Tunes made the same thing.
Yes.
They called it the wave box.
It's like a big wave box. Okay.
But that only gives you the wave motion.
Yeah.
That doesn't give you the burst.
I want the surge bucket.
So what you would do is you would just have that custom acrylic place build you the box that you could get into, so you could get to the mechanics inside of it, put in your toilet bowl stuff, all plastic, and you just have a pump from the sump, feed that thing, and once it hits the top, it flushes back into the tank. I mean, it's super simple. And you could use you could use a Tunes osmolator to do it.
It's funny because to anyone outside of this, what you just explained is not simple at all. you explained the entire mechanics and plumbing, and you said it's super simple.
We're on the same page. He explained that. He's like, yeah, it's just this, and then you put the pumps up inside of it, and then it fills it back up, and then it dumps back in.
It's a float valve. As soon as it hits, it pulls up the chain and the little plug.
It really is.
Of course, we have to get this all custom built. It's super simple.
Hey, like I said,
no, I think
if we went down there, and even before that, we could draw some stuff up on the computer. Stu is he's not talking about it, but he would get his little CAD program on his phone and build your whole entire tank. He's done it for me. So
no, I think the peninsula would work. I think where the hell am I gonna put that? Now I gotta find a spot on the wall where it's gonna look good. I've got the vision in my mind that'll hopefully start taking place in 2 weeks after I've done. This is all that's left with the floor. This is it. I finished all the rest except for the studio area.
Did you use marine grade epoxy?
I've not epoxied it yet. Where should I order that? Because I'm gonna need that.
The problem with the marine grade coating, it's through the roof. You might as well just repaint it when it comes off.
Yeah,
it would cost you.
I've just painted it, and then I was gonna epoxy it with just like some garage floor sealant.
Yeah, that's all you need.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what you need. It's just because salt water is so corrosive.
Mm.
It'll eat paint right off the floor.
Yeah, like I say, I was hoping the epoxy seal would help with that because like the waterproofing from it, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But
Maybe it's not epoxy. Maybe it's like polyurethane or so whatever the hell. Yeah.
It's going to be so funny once you have that cold water tank and you find out how easy it is to run. You're going to be like, why the hell are we even doing tropical at this point?
Dude, I'm gonna have like the acro reef with like 90 pieces, like auto testers and everything
Well,
on it.
you
The
know,
automations all there.
It's funny because besides the actual acropora and a lot of the hard corals, almost everything can be found. You know, like there's some variation. It's just trying to find it. And the other problem is in that area where you find it and you're trying to be true to a biotope and be specific, you're not going to find the other thing. So it's like, you know what I mean? So it's like that's why we love certain biotopes. Like the Oregon Coast biotope up into the Puget Sound and Straits of Juan de Fuca is so variable. There's so much life. And that's why I think Alaska and like Vancouver Island to this day are two of the biggest dive sites in the world.
Well, and inside Puget Sound, people are like diving on their freaking lunch break. Like,
Yeah.
We knew people would be like, they work down at Microsoft, they just get off work and go diving. Like,
Yeah, Redondo and Titlow Beach. That's where everyone sees the Pacific spiny lumpsucker. They literally go dive in seagrass beds just to videotape them. If you're in Seattle near Redondo Park, they literally made a dive park where you just walk down some steps, get in the ocean, and if you're there at night, it looks like the night sky with stars in the water with so many people diving. You'll see hundreds of dive lights, and they built an actual underwater dive site, like a park down there. They sunk a bunch of statues and shit.
Yeah.
So there's like a whole underwater thing there. We dove out there. We just didn't go to the dive park. We were actually diving under Moe's restaurant, the seafood crab restaurant, because we were looking for sea pins and stuff that are on the pylons down there. And it's funny because there's so much life there, especially up the further you get where the water gets colder. Sea pins in Oregon occur really deep. But up in Seattle, you could be at the yacht club in Seattle and look off the pier when the water's clear, you could see the bright orange sea pins, 24 inches off the ground, like in the droves.
Have you guys kept those like long term? Like
no, but we've done them we've done them for public aquariums, and I believe Oregon Coast Aquarium has kept them for years.
I wonder what the hell they're feeding them, because those would be cool.
So it's another NPS. It needs tons and tons of food.
Yeah.
It's getting all those nutrients that are in that bay, because there's more water fluctuation in the Straits of Juan de Fuca. Literally, it fills the Puget Sound and empties out so much water that's where they train the National Guard. They drop them off of helicopters because it's so much water exchange that comes through that tight area. The currents are crazy. It's one of the most popular drift dives, because you can drift dive like a 2-mile stretch of rock wall without kicking a fin. So there's so much water fluctuation, and there's so many nutrients coming from the open ocean in there that are suspended for such a long period of time. You get all those filter feeding NPS animals from the outside of the open water into the enclosed bay there, because it's so massive. Whereas where we were in Oregon, it's all coastline, and in the bays, you're not finding that stuff because there isn't enough nutrients in there for a long period of time. The water comes in and out every day. It's real quick. And the Puget Sound, everything can live in there. Like one rock wall could have 300 different organisms on it. So when you're talking about doing a biotope, if the biotope is only one animal, people get bored. Yeah. But if you could put 300 different things in one tank that can coexist because that's where they are, that makes for the best biotopes. That's why the Acropora biotope is so cool, because there's so much stuff going on in there.
So what about Alaska?
Alaska, a lot of the stuff is crossover. Almost everything in Alaska, besides a few things most of it comes down into Seattle and Washington and Oregon. There are stuff up there. There's a sea anemone that only occurs on the base of the icebergs. So I mean, there's stuff up there that's crazy.
So what's the water? Is it like 30 degrees, like 20 degrees? How cold do you keep it?
I think so. We had some friends. Our friend John and his brother lived in the fjords in Sitka, Alaska, and they were diving and collecting the stuff up there. And I can't remember the temps because it gets hotter than hell in Alaska in the summer. It gets hot as hell. Like, I mean,
that's what I want to keep. I want to just somehow have a permanent iceberg that you keep in a tank and have these anemones in it. Like maybe like the whole top of the tank is also refrigerated.
You're gonna have to have that guy from what's his name that does the ice probes build you a big one, because his selling point was that he had an ice probe. And I don't even know if he's around anymore. Remember the ice probes?
No,
it was a peltier chiller with a metal rod that came off, a thick, like 2-3 inch around. It was like that was an ice bath. That was I can't remember the name of his company, but he did this chiller, and it was an ice probe, they called it. And his selling point was that he froze a block of ice on the end, wrapped it in some sort of like cloth material, and just had it sitting on his desk. And I think it'd been sitting there for like 5 or 10 years. And it's just a Peltier based chiller with an ice block on the end of it that's cold to the touch. It's just constant there. But the problem with those is when you put them into something, you have to have water flowing past them constantly. So they can only be utilized almost like, remember when they had drop-in chillers that didn't work? But then they switched to using the drop-in chiller coils into a tube that passed water in and out like a UV sterilizer. Mm-hmm. That's what you have to do with those. You have to have passive water constantly flowing by them. So if you had an all-in-one tank, you could put them in one of the channels as long as water is flowing out of the tank and being pumped across them and back in the tank. And that's thermoelectric. So
now I want to do this. Now I want to have an
we tried it, and it's
really only works
so in order.
Small
you got to figure they're almost a gallon an ice probe, and for the cost of them, you can buy a small compressor based chiller.
T&W Customs tiny tanks, and that's what I told them. I'm like, you can use one single, like the Peltier chillers that they use on computers for liquid cooling.
Yeah.
You just have to find one that can handle the salt water, which they make those. I can't remember what company it is, but a lot of the very small chillers that are like 70 watts are just a Peltier inside of it with a couple fans. And they're just coated on the inside so that you're passing water across the Peltier chiller in there.
It's always best to go compressor based though.
Compressors are, you can't replace the sheer output of it. They'll forcibly chill down below. Whereas an ice probe or any other Peltier chiller really only has an ambient rating of like, it'll take whatever your water temperature is and take it 10 to 15 degrees below that, but then it kind of stops unless you have a very tiny volume of water and an oversized ice probe.
I'm just thinking tiny volume of water, oversized ice probe, have the ice probe in the display somehow with flow around it, and then the anemone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
No, it's 100% doable.
Oh, yeah.
It's just with the compressor base being that you're basically, when you're keeping a cold water tank, you're keeping a refrigerator.
Yeah.
So your tank is thermally insulated. So your chiller doesn't necessarily have to be like with a reef tank, the best you can get, because glass does not thermally insulate at all. You can do 2-inch glass and it still does not thermally insulate. You're losing heat.
Vice versa.
Depending on what you're trying to do.
To the outside, if you're cooling it, you're gaining.
But with acrylic, and even furthermore, an air void is always the best form of insulation. So double pane glass with some kind of a gas in it is the best form of insulation, but not everyone can afford that. One of our friends, John Olaf, actually did a tutorial video, and he built his own tank doing it. Mm-hmm. But you're talking about some serious work. He was actually featured in Coral Magazine because he did a tutorial on how to build a chiller itself, a compressor-based chiller.
That's
so John Olaf, he's over, I think, in Norway or
one of the Nordic countries.
No, he's up there.
That was another selling point for all the lobster tanks. Is they came with all of the viewing panels were dual pane glass.
Yeah.
So it was.
But with the acrylic, you're insulating. So you can get away with pretty small chillers for a big volume of water. We oversize it because for redundancy, and also they don't have to kick on very long. But realistically, if the water is able to be kept, let's say like you've got a Yeti cooler, it can keep ice frozen for up to a week before it thaws out because of how thick insulated it is. You're basically doing the same thing with this tank. So if you chill it down to 55, it could take 2-3 hours before it kicks your chiller back on. And if you have an oversized chiller like Stu's got, you've only heard it come on maybe 3-4 times since we've been on here for now
4
a couple hours, and it comes on for literally 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Now, if he had a 1/10, it might take 15 minutes.
Yeah.
But the same benefit you're getting out of it is that you don't have to spend a lot of money on this. Like you can like my last system was, I want to say like 50, 60 gallons. And I think I had a little teeny JBJ on it and it never had problems, but my tank was almost 1.5 inches or whatever, so that's why we always tell people go as high as you can afford, get the biggest acrylic because there is a dew point. That's why we always tell people to utilize dew point calculators because you can literally use a dew point calculator, input the humidity, the ambient room temperature and everything. And it will tell you at what point your tank's going to sweat. So if you were like, I can only afford a 1/2-inch tank, you could use a dew point calculator. I think there's one at like dewpoint.org or something like that online. Like it will literally tell you if your house ends up going up to like say 76 degrees with 50% humidity, it's going to sweat. And that's what we're trying to keep from happening. That's why we always say 1 inch because it seems to be the most bulletproof like thermal insulation for anything. My house could be 80 degrees. Like literally my tank is going to sweat when it's lower temperature than the water in the house than it would be higher temperature with high humidity. So I would get sweating and evaporation if I had my tank at 55 and my house dropped to like, 48 degrees with some humidity.
That's crazy. Well, I hate to end it, but I also am getting very tired.
Yeah, let's do it, man. Well, hey, man, we appreciate you having us on here.
Oh yeah.
I've been waiting for a while to have a good conversation with you, so hopefully we can keep it going. And you got our numbers, and you have any information you need from us, or you want to brainstorm some stuff in the future?
Oh, totally.
Trips, whatever. Do some collection trips. You want to shoot the shit?
If people want us to go for longer, comment below. I'm usually good to go. I did the 12-hour one, right? I'm good to go, but it's like I've been working all day, and then my body's like, hey, you should probably go to bed. It's like about 11 o'clock for me now. So if people want us to go for longer, please comment below. And then where can they find both of you and information about Coldwater?
One of the best resources now is the Coldwater Aquarium Owners Group on Facebook. There's about 2,500 people in there now. 2,700 now, actually. But all of those people are either keeping cold water tanks or
Marine
cold
biologists.
water adjacent marine biologists, people who keep public aquariums. So it's like, if you can't find it in there, you probably can't find it anywhere.
And they can look out for some future stuff coming with us.
Yeah.
I think we're going to be working on some things with Cold Water Marine Aquatics again. We're trying to revamp some other collection opportunities for people to buy, animals and things like that. And we're going to keep it going. And hopefully, eventually, we'll be able to work out some stuff with you guys at Reef Builders. They can look out for some articles coming out soon, some more articles from us. So we'll definitely be around.
Well,